Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Imran, you're muted.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you doing?
We've been doing this for about God knows how many years.
We'll get the hang of it soon, I'm sure.
We're gonna get a hang of it. We're gonna get a hang of it really soon, inshallah. Maybe another 4 or 5 years, and we'll be doing it right. Alhamdulillah. Welcome to another stream on Sundays, which is our open forum stream. And as many of you know, this stream is for non-Muslims. Now we're alhamdulillah already hitting episode 97. So just 3 away from a century, nearly as old as me, inshallah, very soon. And this stream is for non-Muslims, as I said, whether you're atheist, Christian, Jew, or Hindu, or any other religion for that matter. You can come on, tell us about why your belief is true, and would like to ask you some questions why you believe what you believe, and you can perhaps ask us why we believe what we believe, and we can have a nice discussion. The link is already out on the chat, and we also have it in the description. So if you want to click on that, please, if you are non-Muslim, then it's this. As I say, this stream is allocated for you. We do have 2 Muslim streams every other Wednesday, a Dawah Clinic and Doubt Busters. But this one, the open forum, is exactly what it's on the tin. Says on the tin, it's an open forum, so open for discussion on any points regarding, as I say, Christianity, atheism, or any other religion for that matter. So Imran, alhamdulillah, how are things with you?
Alhamdulillah, it's a busy time of year, but it's good, mashallah. Very good.
So we're coming up to Christmas, obviously. For the Christians, this is their biggest celebration. The 25th of December. I mean, we wish people well. Obviously, this is their celebration, and we're quite happy for them to, of course, have what they have in terms of what's in their interests and in their religion. But respectfully, I would say to our Christian friends is that just contemplate it a little bit more, even though for most of you, I know you're not really let's say celebrating a Christian festival as such. It has become more cultural, it has become more consumer linked. The companies out there that sell products, 80% of their sales often come at this period of time. So it is very much a commercial exercise. Not to say that in itself is a bad thing, but one of the things that I would like to, inshallah, maybe perhaps we could discuss this with Christian friends who come on, is just really ask them why they do celebrate on the 25th of December, when in fact we know that this is and was a Greco-Roman pagan celebration prior to Christianity being formed. And the 25th of December specifically was the birthday of a pagan god. And it was celebrated, and many of the celebrations with like trees and candles and exchanging of presents and all of these things were actually already in place within pagan rituals and pagan celebrations. But I understand that for a lot of people who do celebrate Christmas now, it actually isn't necessarily seen as a obligation or a Christian festival as such, but more of a time where everybody's off and people can basically meet, and it's more of a cultural thing really than a religious thing for a lot of you. But for those of you who do celebrate it and sort of have religious attachment to it, I just how you sort of navigate the fact that it was a pagan celebration and has pagan roots in terms of especially the date, the time, and all the other things, and many of the rituals within Christmas as well. So it'd be interesting to know. So if you are Christian or you are, this is probably a good stream for you to come on. We're not here to interrogate you. We'd like to just have a discussion, and of course you can explain why you believe perhaps that we're wrong, maybe in our assertion. But so Imran, I mean, we know, for example, that Constantine, the Roman Empire, when they adopted Christianity, we know that he was eager to unite the warring factions, the divided factions that were within his control, and he sort of saw Christianity as a way of unifying control, the political control. And it's interesting actually that he often is referred to as someone who actually didn't fully sort of adopt even Christianity. He still held a lot of pagan celebrations and rituals. So it was more of an amalgamation between the two. And of course, we see that within modern day Christianity as well. So why do you think that for Christians it's not such a big deal? Because I mean, it would be tantamount for us to learn. Na'uzubillah, may Allah forgive me for even uttering it, but it would be that our religion somehow started from the pagan Arabs and had huge pagan influence, Arab influence, in terms of rituals and culture and celebrations and the days and the times of the celebrations and the even the rituals within those days. If it was just like very much similar or identical to pagan rituals, and if let's say, God forbid, the big scholars, the big collectors of hadith, Bukhari and Muslim and Imam Ahmad rahmatullah alayhi, if these massive heavyweights were all connected to pagan rituals and they in fact established Islam, it would be sort of tantamount to that. And we would, I mean, there's no way that we would ever accept anything like that. So what is going on here exactly? Why do people not question this?
Well, it's interesting because I think there's so many ways to approach this question. So I think that if you think about the first move away from the Judaism and Judaic understanding of God and theology was from Paul. He moved away from that concept, and he was essentially trying to be, for whoever he's interacting, like them. So for the Jews, he became a Jew. For the pagan, he became a pagan. Whatever that person was, and a lot of the ideas that he brings are sort of ideas that you find amongst the Greeks anyway, of this concept of a soterology, a dying, rising God. This is throughout pagan history. You see many, many examples of this. Mithras is the Roman one that's sort of commonly cited. Birthday was the 25th of December, which was adopted later by the church, which the church, interestingly, was set up by Constantine, and the structure was based upon it sort of the similar structure to how the political structure of Greece was. And he basically became, because his own title was, if I remember rightly, was Sol Invictus, the Son, and he was himself called the Son. And so you see this pagan influence throughout, and the Bible specifically warns against things like some of the things that happen within Christianity, which is like, if, for example, during Christmas, the idea of bringing a tree in and putting decorations on it, etc. It specifically warns against this, and it's adopted. It's a shame. I think it's a shame. So there's a big movement away from that. But nowadays, I don't think, I mean, if you listen to Tommy Robinson, then he has to bring Christmas back, or Christ back into Christmas. But really, the Christ was taken out of Christmas commercially a long time ago. And to start with, it wasn't in Christmas anyway, because we know that when, if we read the narrative in the New Testament, it talks about the shepherds being in the fields with their flocks when they saw the star in the sky and the Magi came. Now, that's not going to happen in December. Everything's going to be absolutely freezing. There won't be snow covered. There won't be any flocks in there. So it's probably around about August, September time. This would have been the case. But the reality is that, I mean, even Easter, the idea of Easter is named after the pagan goddess Eosta, which is this is the goddess of rebirth, which is ironically exactly what's supposed to have happened on Easter anyway. And so a lot of the theology is sort of taken on from pagan sources, and it's a shame that that's the case. But I think very few people are actually interested in looking at the reality of these things and investigating them. And when they do, they're quite surprised. So you're absolutely right. There's lots of reasons why, but essentially it's the adoption of the Greek influence was strong, and they adopted it because Rome was the power of the time. Didn't stick to what they believed. The roots, there's a sort of a Jewish tinge to this Roman religion, essentially, that it became. That's why it fitted in, essentially, because they have many of these types of gods that die and rise. Mithras, like I mentioned, being the example.
Yeah, and I mean, things interestingly, like Justin Martyr, 2nd century, he's one of the church fathers, right? So he claimed that when they tell that the son of Jupiter was begotten by intercourse with Semele, and when they relate the Hercules was begotten by Jupiter, the devils put forward these things knowing what was said by the prophets about Christ. In other words, there is a claim being made here because of the parallels between the Trinity and what was already prevalent in Greco-Roman myths, legends, and within the pagan understanding, that Justin Martyr and others were claiming that actually the devil had already relayed the similar stories or identical stories almost to the Trinity, because the devil knew that these stories, or the story of Jesus, was going to be the same. And so that people would doubt the story of Jesus and the Trinity because it was already there in history. Now, obviously, that's the theological argument. A historian would actually argue that, no, these were prevalent pagan beliefs that you adopted into Christianity. And of course, the only way you can square this circle is if you sort of say, well, no, that would be common sense, or that would be what would be the intuitive understanding. But in fact, it was Satan who introduced this Trinity, knowing that the Trinity was going to come out with the advent of Jesus. And so Satan was trying to trick people and cover his back, cover his back. But I just think this doesn't make sense, really. And I think that you've also mentioned about these concepts that were existing prior to Christianity. And I think the only really logical or rational answer there is that Constantine and Paul, obviously much before Constantine was 300s. Paul was very much, let's say, the primary mover for Christianity. And in fact, modern day Christianity is more to do with Pauline Christianity, with somebody who never met Jesus. And this is also very interesting, that prominence would be given to a man who never met Jesus rather than the disciples who actually lived, ate, drank, learnt, and were witnesses to Jesus's miracles and Jesus's works and his teachings. That you would somehow negate their testimony above that of Paul's. And Paul is somebody who never met Jesus, who came after. And modern day Christianity, of course, as we know, is very much Pauline, which again is linked to a lot of the pagan rituals that were being held prior to Jesus, peace be upon him. And I think that also explains, of course, in Acts, this huge chasm between what the disciples were preaching and teaching and what Paul was teaching, and they were at odds, and they were very much against Paul's teachings, and they saw him as a deviant, as an imposter. So these things I think are quite interesting, and I think not to sound attacking, because that's not what we're doing here. I just hope that as Christians, that you just reflect on that the very primary influences of the religion were people who were deeply connected to pagan, the pagan religion. Anyway, we're going to get engineering fellow, because he's also very always early and comes on very, very, very quickly. But as I said, this stream is available for all non-Muslims. The link for the stream should be in the comment, and we are periodically putting it in the chat as well. And so you're more than welcome to come on and we can have a chat. We'll give engineering fellow time to shut his door and take his seat before we get him on, and let him get his breath back. How are you doing, engineering fellow?
Well, not very good, actually.
Oh dear, what's happened now?
Well, I'm sure you've heard, like yesterday afternoon, I was at a performance of Handel's Messiah, which is a regular event we have before Christmas.
Right.
Got home and found out what had happened at Bondi, and my son lives there.
Really? Is he okay?
Oh yeah, he's fine. Yeah, he wasn't actually. He was on the road driving back, and
okay,
like he went down the beach afterwards, and it's like there were. See, Bondi, it's a tourist place, so more than half the people there were tourists, and the beach was just littered with abandoned surfboards and people's towels and stuff they left behind. But it was a terrible scene.
No, undoubtedly, and our heart goes out to all the victims. It doesn't matter who the perpetrator is. Innocent people are innocent people, and whenever they're targeted, their families are targeted, whether indirectly, of course, but and all the victims that are targeted directly, we 100% stand with the victims on this. There is no excuse whatsoever, regardless of your political or religious beliefs, to carry out mindless, attacks on innocent people who often have absolutely nothing to do with any grievance that you might have. And it's a shame, Frank, because, as horrifying as something like that is, and of course it is horrifying and one should be horrified, at the same token, I just think, Frank, it is a shame that when we do see horrors that are of a magnitude of 100 or 1,000 or even 10,000 times more than what we see on Bondi Beach, there are lots of people, Frank, who don't even care about don't care about those things. So I think that's a shame as well. I think we should value life regardless of whose life it is. Innocent life is innocent life, and it should be condemned, and it should be something that does horrify us, without a shadow of a doubt.
Well, that is something that the Bible teaches, but the Quran doesn't really say that.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it say that if you kill an innocent life, it's as if you've killed the whole of humanity? And if you've saved an innocent life, it's as if you've saved the whole of humanity. Doesn't it say that?
Well,
Didn't the Prophet, peace be upon him, say that if you take the life of an innocent person, that you will never even smell the fragrance of paradise? Did he not say that even in a Muslim land, let alone in a Christian land, but in a Muslim land, if a person, a non-Muslim, is under your protection and you are unjust to him, then I will be his supporter, his advocate on the Day of Judgment against the Muslims? Did he not say that?
Well, but that thing about if you take one life, you kill everyone, it actually says that was given to the Jews.
No, it doesn't say that.
Well, can we read the passage?
Yeah, of course. You can quote the passage and show me where it says it's given to the Jews. Give me the reference and then let's read the verse.
Yep. Is it Surah 5? Yeah. Yep. Here we go. So Surah 5:32. And on that account, we ordained for the children of Israel that if anyone slew a person, unless it was for murder or for spreading a mischief in the land, it would be as if he slew the whole people. So he's saying we ordained it for the children of Israel.
Yeah. So are you saying that this only applies to the children of Israel and doesn't apply to all people then? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm just saying when it's in the Quran, it's saying this was a law given to the children of Israel.
So just I just want to understand because this is very interesting. Because I want to lay out the process, because when we get to the process, that all the hypocrisy will become clear. So you weren't well, Frank, because there was a horrific attack in Australia. It's really sad to hear about that, and I'm glad your son is well. Why are you bringing it up? Why are you bringing it up on a Muslim show talking about religion? Just be clear about it. Let's just have the face shown, not the mask that you're putting on. So what do you want to say about Muslims and Islam? Let's just cut to the chase, my friend. Get to the point.
Okay. This was an attack by two Muslims on a Jewish event. Bondi is there's a lot of Jews live in Bondi.
Okay, so two Muslims. My son's flat is next to the synagogue. Let's just take your framing. I don't know. All I've heard about is the shooting. All I heard was that one of the people that stopped the shooting was a Muslim.
No, we don't. I don't think
we have his name. We have his picture. So that's the only thing that I know.
What's his name?
Ahmed Al-Ahmed is what's being reported. Now you can go and deny that because obviously Muslims can't save people. And this is the point that I want you to get to.
And he was shot. And he was also shot, and he's in hospital.
He was an older man in his late 50s, maybe.
I think he's late 40s. I think, yeah.
There we go. And 1 second, let's just get to the point. So now you've brought up a horrific attack in Australia.
Yep.
Your son was there. I'm glad he's well.
No, he wasn't there. He was driving.
Okay, he was driving. What, by the area, near the area? But
he lives less than a mile from the beach.
Oh, he lives less than a mile. Okay, I'm glad he's well. Still glad he's well. I'm still glad he's well. Because we've not met him actually. Whose son did we meet? We met Robin's son. That's
Robin's.
Yeah, we've not met him, but we're glad he's well. Now I want to understand, why is it that you've brought it up on a Muslim show about religion? Just tell us, Frank. Be honest and show us the face that you're hiding behind all these nice words.
Because the two shooters were Muslim, and this is fault. Like we've been on, I guess, the level of the security services. They've been on probable terrorist event for months now. Well, since October the 7th, and this was because there have been many pro-Palestinian protests, like people marching through the streets, yelling obscenities at Jews, graffitiing synagogues. There's been a few false bomb things and so on. So there's been this level of tension there since October the 7th, 2 years ago. And
why? So what's that got to do? What's that got to do with? You're coming on a show here talking about Islam Muslims. What are you talking about? We know there's been arrests of Jews or Zionists in Australia who were I believe it was Australia, if I can get the reports up, who were going to certain places and spray painting anti-Jewish rhetoric onto walls, and then they were arrested, and it was local people from the community.
No, they actually found that they were Iranian operatives.
1 second, I'll bring you the report. But I want you to say what you want to say, Frank. You're trying to justify the things that you want to say. Muslims are bad, evil, terrorist, people out to kill. Just say it, Frank. What's wrong with you? I want to hear it, because then I'm gonna break it down. We'll go through it. But I want you to know. I want to know from you what you actually mean. Don't beat around the bush. Be straightforward, Frank.
What I'm saying is there have been numerous attacks around the world. Like there's been in the UK, Jews being targeted, and it's happening here too in Sydney, in Australia, that Jews are being targeted. And like the press, the media have not said they're Muslims, but one of the shooters was called, I think his name was Naveed Akram. So it's. Are you denying that this is against the Jews and it's tied up with October the 7th?
That's not the question. The question is, why are you bringing up on a Muslim show about religion? That's what I'm asking you. So what you're doing is you're doing, it's called muddying the water.
Not at all.
Muddying the water. So what you're doing is you're saying, this guy's name's Frank and he's got an Australian accent. Do you think this has got something to do with Australian foreign policy? It's just muddying the water. Just say exactly what you mean. You want to blame Islam for this? Blame Islam for this. Let's have it out, Frank. Don't be this sort of person. Oh, I think like this guilt by association. There are alcoholic Muslims. Okay, what's that got to do with Islam? There are murderous Christians. Okay, what does that have to do with Christianity? there are Jews that celebrate the burning down of people in buildings where there are Muslims that are children included in that. So what's that got to do with Judaism? That's the point. Now, now 1 second. Now, I want you to. This is my perspective.
You want to speak? You don't want me to speak.
Well, I'm trying to ask you a question and you're not answering it. I want you to be honest and straightforward. Yeah, but you have to listen if you're going to answer the question, isn't it, Frank? So I want you to be straightforward and tell me exactly what you want to say. Don't mess about and circumvent the actual hate that you have there towards Islam and Muslims. If you want to blame Islam, if you want to blame Muslims for something that's happened in Australia on Bondi Beach, blame them. Say it straight so we can hear what you want to say, Frank.
Okay. So if there's just been one event once somewhere in the world, okay, it's nothing to do with Islam, but it's just another one in a long series. And tell me, were these guys acting in accordance with the Quran or contrary to it?
So you're saying, I want to understand your question. So you're saying that these people were following Islam when they did this. Is that what you're saying?
Were they inspired by
I'm asking you, no, don't ask. I'm asking you a question to clarify.
I'm asking you.
Because what you're doing is, again, in your question, you're weaseling out. You're weaseling out of the point you want to make. First, make your point. Muslims and Islam is to blame for the attack in Bondi. Just say it.
Yes. Islam inspired these guys to carry out the attack.
Okay. So, evidence, please.
Because the Quran it was corrupted because for
evidence, please provide evidence of this. You've said that Islam inspired these people. It is Islam to blame. Now, I'm glad you've said that, Frank, because now we're getting to the point of we're seeing your face. The mask has gone now. You're saying that Islam is to blame for the attack that's happened in this place, right? In Bondi Beach. Okay. Yes. Evidence, please. I want the evidence for this, please. I want to provide the evidence, please. I want a statement that it's the statement that's been given from the Quran or a statement that's been given from the Hadith that states that you can kill innocent men, women, and children, whoever, anywhere. Please provide it.
There are several verses in the Quran that tell Muslims to go to kill the unbelievers, strike their necks.
Bring the verses that tell us. Don't just make words up from Frank. I want the verses that tell me that I can go and kill innocent men, women, and children. Please provide them.
Okay. So I think Surah 9. Surah 9's a call to go and kill.
Can you bring this up, please? We're going to check this, Frank. Okay, we're going to fact check you live on screen.
So in Surah 9, it tells the Muslims to attack, but when the forbidden months are past,
Frank, give us the first 9 what? Give us the first number.
5.
9-5. Okay.
Yeah. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight and slay the pagans wherever you find them, and seize them, beleaguer them, and lie in wait for them in every stratagem of war. So that's one of them.
So hang on a sec. Okay, let's analyze it. Bring it up. Let's have a look at this. So what are you saying about this, Frank? This is a command to Muslims to go around killing innocent men, women, and children. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, Frank. Let's be honest. Tell me what you believe.
Well, it's telling them to attack, and you've got to put this. One second, Frank. One second. No, we're not. We're going to come to. I'm going to come to Christianity in a minute. Don't even worry about Christianity. But if you can get it up on the actual screen so we can see the verses, that would be really good.
Yeah, it's on the screen now.
No. Actually, so we can go flick through the.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So we can actually go through this because Frank, this is the standard Frank, isn't it? So I want you to start from. So you said it was verse 5. You said, was it? What verse was it? Yeah. All right. So start from verse 1, and I want to see where there is no qualification. So either it's an open statement, like you're saying, kill anyone you want to kill, or is it something that's specifically scenario bound on specifically to a specific people that's being referred? Tell me, Frank. Go for it. It's all yours. Show everyone how terrible Islam is. It's all yours, Frank.
Well, I've just pointed to a verse that tells Muslims to go and kill.
No, you haven't. You haven't, because you've not pointed to a verse. You've made a claim about a verse. It says, once the sacred months have passed. What sacred months are being referred to, Frank?
I don't know.
Let's look at the verse previous to that, because that will give you context. So if you look at, for example, the verse before, it says, as for the polytheists who have honored every term.
If you go back another verse, Bas, it gives you even more.
One more.
Actually, can we go back to?
No, hang on a second. Wait, 1 second. Have a listen. First, we need to. You've made one claim.
Okay.
Islam is to blame for what happened in Australia. This is what your claim is. Yeah. This is the claim. Now, what you're doing is we said give evidence of this. You've brought up a verse 9:5. We're reading this to look for. Is that what it's saying, Frank?
Okay. Does it say to kill?
Don't be silly, Frank. Don't be so immature.
No, because
okay, so let's have this criteria. Okay, Frank, let's just criteria.
The New Testament.
Okay, one second, Frank.
To love your enemies.
Well, okay, let's have this criteria. Let's
Islam overturns Christianity and brings back this idea of killing everyone.
1 second, Frank. So let's have this criteria. If the word "kill" is in the text, that's what the religion is teaching, that you have to go and kill everyone. Is that what it's saying? Is that what you're saying, Frank?
It's not teaching you have to go and kill everyone, but it's teaching that killing is acceptable.
Okay. So if the word "kill" is in the text, that means killing is acceptable.
Yes.
Okay. Does the Bible contain the word "kill"?
Yep.
So killing is acceptable.
Well, when it says "thou shalt not kill," it's got a "not" in front of it.
No, it contains the word "kill," Frank.
And does this have "not kill" in front of it? I think because you called me a weasel. You told me weasel word. That is Imran. You are being a weasel
Frank.
now.
That's a bit of a delayed reaction. That's a bit of a delayed reaction. Frank, that's a bit of a delayed reaction on your part. I mean, that does a few minutes
too much. She protests a bit too much. Frank, the whole point here is I haven't brought you a verse yet. I'm getting you to agree on the principle. I'm going to bring you the verses. Don't worry about it. First, let's agree on the principle. Because this is what you said, the word "kill" is in the Quran. This was just your argument, right, Frank?
Let's call that the weasel principle.
If you're just going to, are you just going to be obtuse and offensive? Is that what you're going to do?
You're making a mockery. It actually, the Bible says, "Thou shalt not kill." So it
doesn't say that at all, Frank.
That's answering your principle.
The Bible says, "Kill all the Amalekites wherever you find them, and even the generations that come after them."
Is that a Christian teaching?
Yeah, and
Moses wasn't given revelation by Jesus.
Jesus contradicts stuff.
Was Moses given revelation by Jesus or not?
Pardon?
Did Moses speak to God? Is Jesus not God according to your belief?
Imran, what we'll do, we're going to do this methodically, like you always do. Frank's initial claim was that the Quran claims that you can kill everybody, and Frank then stated that he went to chapter 9, verse 5. Okay, so let's just quickly deal with that first, and then we're going to move on to the other, the other arguments that Frank has now introduced about the word "kill" being there, and if you're allowed to kill, then this is somehow allowed to kill everybody, or it's a bad thing basically because it says the word "kill." Okay, initially, Frank, your claim was chapter 9, verse 5. Can I ask you, Frank, who is this referring to? What does the Quran tell you who it's referring to?
Let me say. I don't know. It's referring to the Muslims.
No, the clue is the verse before, Frank. I'll give you the clue.
Okay.
Who's it referring to now, Frank?
I'm just looking it up. I dropped my book. I'm just looking up. I've got a list of all the.
No, forget the list. Let's deal with this one first.
Let's deal with them one at a time.
Who is this referring to, Frank?
Saying about treaties are not dissolved with those pagans with whom you've entered into an alliance, and who have not subsequently failed you, nor added anyone against you. So fulfill your engagements with them to the end of their term, for Allah loves the righteous. But when the forbidden months are past, then fight and slay the pagans. So it's something to do with they'd entered into an alliance, they made a treaty, they weren't going to kill them for a while, but once the time's elapsed, they can go back to killing them.
Okay. So it's referred that's incorrect anyway. However, the reference there in terms of the context of who it's talking about is specifically dealing with a group of polytheists that the Muslims have entered into a treaty with, and if they keep the treaty, then there should be no killing, there should be no fighting. If they break the treaty, then you are permitted to fight them, correct?
Well, we've only got the information that's on the page.
No, we don't.
Yeah, Frank, you referred to a verse in the Qur'an that apparently says you can go and kill anybody. And this is something that is very specific to a situation that the Muslims had at the time with the pagans, who, by the way, were persecuting Muslims from day one. And despite that, we had to honor the treaty. The following verse after that, and if any one of the polytheists ask you for protection, O Prophet, grant it to them, so they may hear the word of Allah. In other words, if they want protection, grant it to them, so they hear the word of Allah, then escort them to a land, a place of safety, for they are a people who have no knowledge. You understand, Frank? So this is now saying that you've entered into a treaty. If they keep the treaty, then you can't fight them. If they break the treaty and they recant, they say, okay, you know what? We don't want to fight you. We would rather leave. Escort them to a land of safety. Escort them out of the area. Okay. Now that, I would say, is the exact opposite of what you were claiming, that you're just allowed to go willy-nilly and kill people. So let's deal with your second point, because that point, I think, has been buried. Okay. Your second point was that because it's got the word. No, Frank, let's not mess around here. Otherwise, I'm going to just take you off the thing, because you asked, you said, you made a point. Your point clearly was not a point at all. In fact, it stands against you. What this shows you is that even with your enemies, you may have treaties and have no fighting and no killing. And if they keep breaking the treaty and they attack you, but they recant, give them some time. After that time, you're permitted to fight them. But if they don't want to fight you, escort them out, escort them to a land of safety. So it doesn't say what you were saying. It's exact opposite. The second point that Imran was dealing with you was that you mentioned the word kill in there, and you claimed that in the Bible, whenever this word kill is introduced, it's thou shalt not kill. It's about the negative. It's about negating killing. That is your claim, okay? So let's deal with that point now, Imran. Imran, what happens to a wife or your kids who actually apostate in Christianity? What does the Bible say that you should do to them?
Careful here, Abbas, because you're going to say things about Judaism, not Christianity.
No, but excuse me, Frank. Isn't Jesus the God of the Jews as well?
We Christians follow what
Did Jesus
taught.
give the revelation to the Jews as well, the Old Testament?
Well, actually, that's a good question, whether the angel of the Lord who appeared to Moses was actually Jesus. That's a separate question. But the thing is, Jesus
is God.
Tells us,
Frank, let's not beat around the bush. If Jesus is God, Jesus is God and they're in one unity and they all do one unified thing, that means the revelation given to Moses was given by God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost. So Jesus was also equally part of that revelation. Do you agree or disagree with that?
That's true. That's true.
Okay, so you can't then say if it's in the Old Testament, it hasn't come from Jesus. That's the
Yeah,
first thing.
I can. Yeah.
No, you can't, because Jesus also revealed that revelation.
The way revelation is given, that's a separate topic. But the thing is, he's come back in the New Testament. Jesus has interpreted the Old Testament for us, and
So he's interpreted what he already revealed in the Old Testament. Frank, is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
He interpreted what he already revealed in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
So he wasn't sure what he revealed. Is that what you're saying?
He was telling the Jews of his day that they were misinterpreting the Old Testament.
So they shouldn't
tell you what it means, and that's why they got very angry with him, and that's ultimately why they crucified him.
So did he tell them that all those verses pertaining to killing were not supposed to be killing? Is that what he was saying to them?
Well, yes. Okay. He's now telling his believers, you don't kill. He says, love your neighbor.
I'm going to let Imran come back in because I interrupted him. Imran. Okay. So basically, what Frank is saying is that Jesus came to explain that all those verses pertaining to killing in the Old Testament, they misunderstood those verses. It wasn't about killing at all.
Okay, so let's just make a system.
No, I'm
here.
talking about
Frank,
for people.
Frank, just calm down a second. Calm down 1 second. That's what, because you're making things that actually probably are theologically problematic for Christians. You're Trinitarian, so and you believe God is one, multiple personality but one, yeah. And therefore, everything that's revealed in the Old Testament is revealed by this one God, right? Okay. Now, if you want to say that the personalities differ amongst each other or they contradict each other, and Jesus came back to say, actually, you know what, that was a mistake, and we don't really, we want it like this instead, then you can do that. But I think that's problematic as an approach. But before we go to that, let's actually have a look at the verses that I was going to talk to you about, because I think it's really important to know what is it that we're talking about. And I'm going to put the verses up for you just so that you can see them. And then I want you to talk about general killing, because that's what that was what the claim was that you were making. Yeah. That the Quran was talking about, you can kill people generally, innocent men, women, and children. And the verse that you brought forward, Abbas has amply demonstrated, was specifically about a group of people who were who had broken a treaty that they had signed with the Muslims, and they were given a time period to get themselves out of the area. They were given a certain time, and then anyone who was then, they were to be engaged with in battle because they had killed innocent people, and they were going to be killed back for that. And anyone innocent was to be escorted out of the area. So completely opposite to the claim you're making about the Muslims, but now about the Quran and what it's showing. But now let's get to the point of the actual. Let me see if I can find this verse for you, because I think you'll like this, and I'm going to just share it. Okay. So this is. Here we go. Is this the one? Let me just see.
But you're showing me something from the Old Testament.
You don't believe in the Old Testament, Frank?
Well, Christians do not follow the Old Testament.
So do you not believe in the Old Testament, Frank, is what I'm asking you. So different question.
We believe what Jesus follows on from the Old Testament. So, for example, I told you I went to the Messiah yesterday, Performance of the Messiah. The words that are there, most of it comes from the Old Testament. So Jesus' teachings are built on the Old Testament. But he's telling the Jews that they were wrong. That's why they crucified him.
Okay, 1 second. Before we get to the abrogation in Christianity, before we get to the abrogation, let me just find this verse and put it up for you, because I want you to look at the verses.
Let's cut to the chase.
One second. I'm cutting to the chase, Frank. You're running from the cut. Don't run from the cut yet. Let me just share my screen. I think I found the one that I was after. It was in there it is. Because what you're doing is you're avoiding the point that's being made here. Let me just find it for you. Where is that? That's this is. There we go.
I'll save you the time.
No, don't save me time. I don't want you to save me time, Frank. I've got lots of time. We're on the screen here for a few hours. Let me just share this with you, and then you can have a look. Here we go. So what's happened here? Let's have a look. You know this verse, right, Frank? You're obviously intimately.
Actually, I can't read it at the moment.
You can't read it? I'll read it out for you, because I like to read it.
Hang on, let me just blow up my screen, see if I can.
I'll make it larger as well. This is Numbers 31. Yeah.
Yep.
Numbers 31.
Yep.
And this is after. So let me just put it up. Let me read it for you. And the Lord spoke unto Moses. I'll let you work out which one of the Trinity that was speaking. You can work that out and you can let us know who's speaking and why they disagree with the Jesus that you believe in as well. So let's go from it. It says, avenge the children of Israel of the Midianites. Afterwards thou shalt be gathered unto thy people. And Moses spoke unto the people, saying, arm yourselves unto the war and let them go unto the Midianites and avenge the Lord of Midian. And if every tribe 1,000 throughout all tribes of Israel shall ye send to war. So they were delivered out of the 1,000 of Israel, 1,000 of every tribe. So 12,000 armored for war. Yeah. Moses sent them to war. So they go to war. They have the war. They warred against the Midianites and they slew all the males. So that's what's happened so far. They killed all the men, Frank. And then they slew the kings. And then they mentioned a few other people that they killed, including the son of Beor. Yeah. And the children of Israel took all the women of the Midian captives and their little ones, and they took the spoil of their cattle and their flocks and their goods. So basically, they captured all the women and the kids, and then they took all of their stuff, their cattle and their flocks and their goods. Yeah. And then just to sort of make sure, they burnt all their cities they dwelt in and with fire. Yeah. So they burnt everything down. Yeah. And they took all the spoil, all the prey, both of men and beasts. So they took everything they could find belonging to whoever it was, yeah? And then what happens is they brought the captives and the prey and the spoils to Moses and to this priest. What happens? What happens? Moses says, this is according to you, this is your belief, Frank. This is your Old Testament. This is the testament of the Trinity revealed. Have you saved all the women alive? Moses is asking, what? You've saved the women alive? So what happens? Behold, these cause the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in matter pure. And there was a plague among the congregation of the Lord. So now, what's he saying? This is the thing about the innocents, Frank, yeah? Kill every male among the little ones. And you've got to remember, they've killed all the men already. And they captured all the children. Kill every male among the little ones. So this is kill all the boys, the young children, the boys. Kill every woman that has known man by laying with him. So everyone over whatever age puberty would be or whatever they would work it out. But all the women children, it's not me saying it, it's your wonderful KJV is saying that have known, so all the women children that have not known a man, so it's interesting, women children means girls, yeah, little girls, that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Yeah. Now, one second. Frank, 1 second, Frank. You know the word I'm not seeing here? The word not. That's the word I'm not seeing here, Frank. And it says, and do ye abide without camp 7 days. Whoever has killed any person or touched any slain person, purifies him, and your captives on the 3rd day on the 7th day. So once you've done all this killing, you're going to be covered in blood. Have a shower. So Frank, tell me now. I want you to tell me, was your God of the Old Testament that you believe in, Jesus, who was part of the Trinity, was he right to do this, or was he wrong?
Okay. So what did Jesus say?
I'm asking first that you have to answer this question, Frank. Who gave this verse? Were they right or wrong? Who gave this command? Were they right or wrong?
It's irrelevant. We're
Who
talking
gave this? No, if you're not going to answer the question,
you're talking about my religion.
I'm not talking about your religion, Frank, because you said you're not a Jew.
Two Muslims who went and did this yesterday. Two Muslims did this very thing yesterday.
What do you mean yesterday?
Two Muslims.
One second.
Carried this out yesterday.
Who do you think went to a church?
They shot children.
1 second. It's happening today, Frank. It's happening
Muslims
today.
Are doing this today, yes.
It's happening today. Right now, there are children who are being killed by Christians in places like Palestine and these places, and Jews by places like Palestine. They're happening right now, right today.
Thousands of Christians being
Right
slaughtered
now.
in Nigeria today.
Right now, Frank,
it's
is happening.
not getting any attention.
I don't want you to run away from the topic. You can't say it's old, therefore it doesn't count. The question is to use very straightforward. It's very straightforward. Was this command from your creator to Moses, the one that you believe in? Was it right or wrong? I want you to tell me.
Actually, I'm not going to answer that because I'm going to tell you what Jesus says. Jesus said, and it's in Matthew 5, you have heard it, and he's contradicting the Old Testament. You have heard it said.
No, 1 second, stop,
Lord,
Frank.
love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I tell you, love your enemy and pray for those who persecute you. That's what Christianity teaches. Islam teaches it's okay to kill. Is
that what it says? Yeah.
This is what Jesus says.
So? Who is he contradicting? Please tell me.
Huh?
Who is the one who was speaking, who was giving this command to Moses that Jesus is contradicting? Please tell me.
Why is the question relevant? How does it get you off the hook?
We're not on the hook, Frank.
You are, because Muslims are putting into practice these things that you're reading to me now.
Muslims are practicing Old Testament Judaism. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're the ones practicing it. The Jews aren't practicing it. You're practicing it. Muslims are practicing it.
So Muslims are practicing Judaism and Christians are not practicing Judaism.
Muslims are practicing these aspects of Judaism.
Yeah, Frank, I'm sorry. You're just I'm really just now. I think that having you on.
You're being a weasel, Imran. I think you're being a weasel.
Who's being me? I'm being a weasel.
Yeah.
You don't even have the guts to admit that the Old Testament was revealed by the Trinity, by the very God that you pray and you worship even today, whom you call Jesus. You don't have the guts to admit that. You don't have the guts to admit that. You don't have the guts to admit that these commands were given. These commands to kill little children were given in the Old Testament, and that these very same commands are being applied. Very same commands are being applied literally by naming the Amalekites, by naming them and putting that title onto a certain group of people. They're being applied today. And you want to distance yourself from this because you want to kumbaya yourself into a false sense of moral superiority. And the reality is, no, it's not going to do, Frank. So either you tell me who gave this false teaching to Moses. Who was it? Which one of your Trinity was it?
I don't need to tell you that, because what
which
you
one
need
of the
to
Trinity
do,
was it, Frank?
you need to do, you need to obey the Lord Jesus.
Which one of the Trinity was it?
I don't care. You need to obey the Lord. You're justifying. You're justifying two Muslims who murdered yesterday.
No, I'm not, Frank.
Based on things from 3,000 years ago.
I'm actually.
You're justifying them.
No, Ron, don't do that. I've got a bombshell for Frank. Actually,
before the bombshell comes.
Yeah.
How have I justified it? Please tell me.
Well, you are saying that Islam does not teach killing.
No, I'm asking you, how did I say? Because saying that Islam does not teach killing is not justifying killing. You said I've justified it. And I want you to tell me how I've justified it.
And the practical outworking is that's what they do.
I want you to tell me how I've justified killing. Tell me that, Frank.
Well, you've just read all this stuff about killing in the Old Testament.
I've read your religious text to you.
Yeah. Did Muhammad accept that?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. May I ask something to Frank?
Just before you ask something, because I want him to. This is important, because now this is making a pejorative claim about my position. This is what Frank is, because Frank is. This is a common Christian tactic. They like to smear people. Now I'm reading his book to him, and he's saying I am justifying killing. And he's just said to me that you said that Islam doesn't teach this. So actually, I'm doing the opposite of what you said. So now I want you to tell me, Frank, and I'll be honest with you. If you don't do this straightforwardly, I don't think it's worth having you on anymore, because your moral standard is something that I can't go down to. And the way that you approach Muslims now is very clear. They just come from a place of hate, because you just look for someone brown with an Arab-sounding name to blame all of Islam. That's all that you're doing now. So tell me,
that's not true. That's 100% not true.
100. It's a racist approach to people around the world. So I want you to tell me, Frank. This is the only question for you. Any other question? I'll
Last
remove
time
you.
I was at Speaker's
Tell
Corner, I
me,
spoke
Frank.
to Hamza
Tell me, Frank, how I
and
justify.
Paul Williams.
How
They're not brown
I don't
skin.
care. I don't care
I'm
what
telling
you're
them
talking
what
about.
they teach is rubbish.
Tell me now. Tell me now how I justify the killing in Bondi. Tell me, please.
Well, you're showing me all this stuff from the Old Testament to say that it's okay to kill. That's what you're saying, because the Quran says it's okay to kill. So you're trying to show me, well, the Old Testament says it's okay to kill as well. So you're justifying the Quran.
No, he didn't. Frank, at least have the least of honesty and dignity.
We've just shown you the Quran doesn't say it's okay to kill. We've just shown that to you. And in fact, you repeated it to me. And now you're just making another lie up. That I'm reading this to say it's. You're saying that you're saying now, which is this is something to think about.
Okay.
You're saying that the people who did the killing in Bondi were motivated by the Old Testament. Is that what you're saying?
They were motivated by the Quran, but you're saying the Quran's okay because the Old Testament says similar things.
That's not what I've said. Okay, Frank. I wish
that's
you
not what
he
said, Frank.
Yeah, that's fine.
I hope it was still on. But
I think it's really important to it's really important to understand this. So this type of smearing of the whole group of people because of the actions of an individual, whatever that person is racism. I'm not going to call it anything else. 100% racism. It's generalizing the negative. So when someone does something negative and they're brown or they're black, then what you say is, what's wrong with this community? What's wrong with these people? This is racism. And this is what we're seeing from Frank. What we're seeing is he's saying something and he's seeing something. And because he's made assumptions about maybe identity, he's blaming anyone with that identity of having.
So I'd just like
just before, let me make the point. The second thing is that he specifies the positive. And what I mean by that, so when you have someone who does something good, like the guy who actually stopped the shooters, who happened to be a Muslim, the brother called Ahmed, who was also shot in doing this. He doesn't attribute that to the brownness of him. He doesn't attribute that to his religion. He doesn't attribute that to his community. Now, the whole point here is that this is racism. When you do something bad, it's you lot, you people, you brown people, your group. Now, whenever and then what you see is whenever anything else happens, whenever anything else happens, and it happens to be a white or a Christian person, he's got mental illness. It's taken away from something related to. He's not like us. No, there's something wrong with him. He's not one of us. He's specifically there's something wrong with him. And so this is racism, and it's hidden in this sort of. We're talking about religion. We're talking about race of people, and this is a typical action that you see. And what Frank, when he came on, I'm not really well, oh yeah, there was an attack in Bondi, weren't there? I was so upset. My son was there. Where was your son? Oh, he was driving by, not even there, right? We're very sorry what happened, and it was not, we're glad your son's okay. And then came the racism, just racism. Look, Jesus was a brown Palestinian man who wouldn't get a visa to wherever you think you're from, and who probably wouldn't get into America where people are sort of, worshipping him, and probably would have to come on a boat, and he wouldn't get entry into the UK either anyway. So if you're going to pray to a brown man, then there's 3 of them on the screen. There's 3 of them on the screen. You can decide. And if you think that that's what he taught, then it's up to you, but it's absolutely nuts. But racism I won't tolerate, because this is what I wanted to show from you, that actually you are actually a racist.
It is, because I think I want to just get Frank on very quickly, actually, because I know that we've picked him off, but I want to just basically, Frank, just out of interest,
I totally deny being charged with racism.
Well, it is. I'll tell you why it is.
Nothing to do with people's.
I'll explain to you why it is.
Jesus was from the Middle East.
I'll explain to you why it is. Okay. I'll explain to you why it is. Okay. If a person singles out a particular people, a group of people, through color or religion, despite the data actually being against them, okay, that's very important. Despite the data being against them, and yet I haven't finished, Frank. Yet they highlight the crimes by a particular people while ignoring all of their own criminality, then that's bigotry, and that is propaganda, and that is stemmed from bigotry and potentially racism as well. It is. And what I mean by that, Frank,
Islam is not a race.
Excuse me.
Hamza Mayat,
yes,
Paul Williams
yes.
are not brown
I
men.
understand, Frank, but something like 90%, 95% are of people of color. Okay, and so to suggest somehow that it is not racially motivated is quite frankly nonsense. It's like the same people who, for example, jump on the bandwagon to criticize Israel when actually they are anti-Semites. They hate Jews for being Jews. There are people that do that as well. They use it as an excuse. So yes, people do use it as an excuse. They hide behind the fact that it's not a race. If these were predominantly white European Western people, you would have a very different view about them, and that's the reality. But in any case, let me just make one or two facts here. I think these are quite profound. And the reason why I said to you that despite the data against you, all you wish to do is talk about brown people or Muslim people. Because hold on a second, Frank. As a Christian, I'm asking you a question now.
Anything about
Frank,
color.
I'm going to ask you a question now. Frank, I'm going to ask you a question now.
I'm an Anglican.
I'm going to ask you a question. Frank, I'm going to ask you a question now, Frank. Killing of innocent people, regardless of whether you do it on a beach with a gun, or a bomb, or a plane, or a ship, or a tank, would you agree that all of those should be condemned, regardless of how the instrument is used, what instrument is used to carry out such a crime? Would you accept that innocent people being killed is a treacherous, horrid, vile, murderous act? Would you agree to that, Frank?
That's what Jesus taught.
Okay, so do you know that Christian nations, even in the last century, are responsible for more deaths around the world, probably by a figure of 100 times more or 200 times more than Muslim people? Are you aware of that, Frank?
They're not Christian.
But so why are these two Muslim? Why are these two Muslim?
To be a follower of Jesus.
Why are these two Muslim then?
If you're doing the opposite of what Jesus taught,
why are these two guys Muslim and followers of Islam, and all of the Christians that do this? By the way, if you look at, for example, the Iraq War, they were holding mass before they were going out and killing Iraqis. They were writing biblical verses on the bombs that they were dropping on the Iraqi people. So don't tell me it wasn't about, there was no religion involved there. I've seen the hymns.
I could endorse this with
the hymns being sung,
brother
in large auditoriums with the American troops singing about, marching to war and all this sort of stuff. So don't tell me it was nothing to do with Christianity. I'm sorry, you're not going to get off the hook that easily. So the point I'm trying to make to you is, tens of millions of Muslims have died in the last 30, 40 years with Christian bombs. Christian countries.
Most of the Muslims that have been killed have been by other Muslims.
Christian countries.
Frank, have you heard about the massacre of the shelter of Amriya in Baghdad?
No.
Okay, of course you haven't, because it was your country. Your country was involved in that, by the way. Yeah, but I'll give you just a summary of what happened. So it was a shelter for civilians.
But so what country are you in?
2,000 people.
What country are you in, Samad?
2,000 people were incinerated, and we still have the the body prints on the walls until this day. By the way, the body prints are still on the walls. Children, women, and elderly people. Yeah. Now the two rockets that penetrated the shelter had biblical verses written on it. That's your religion, Frank. That's your God.
Exactly.
That is your God.
Not only that, Samad, are you aware, Brother Samad, are you aware that in Camp David, when Tony Blair went to meet Bush, there were certain aides that were standing outside of the chapel that these two went into, Bush and Blair, okay? And there was a very interesting book written by a person about Bush, basically. And he mentions that even though Tony Blair denies it till today that they did not go in there and pray for the war against Iraq, all of the aides are unanimous in their opinion that they in fact go in there and pray. And Blair is an evangelical Christian, and Bush himself used language like crusades. These are Christian terms, Frank. Okay, so I'm sorry, Frank. This is why it's such a touchy subject for Muslims when we hear people like you pointing fingers at us, forgetting that there are 3 fingers pointing back at you. But you don't even see that massacre. You don't even see that murder. You don't even see, those lives are not important. They don't even register. Just the war on terror, Frank, resulted in 4 million innocent people being annihilated, killed. 4 million of them. Okay, as sad as what happened in Bondi Beach, and my heart goes out to those families, because nobody should have to go through that type of horror. Okay, because if that could be my kid, that could be Samad's child, that could be Imran's child. These people don't ask questions. They don't ask to see your passport. What religion are you before they shoot you? They just start shooting everybody. They kill everybody. They don't care. Okay, so my heart goes out, and I'm not here to diminish the suffering of non-Muslims. But when you have the nerve, when you have the gall to come here and to tell me as a Muslim that this is my religion, that this is what my religion teaches, while you ignore the tens of millions of people that your Christian countries
you are fabricating statistics.
Murdered.
You're fabricating statistics.
You have
far more Christians being killed by Muslims.
They've destroyed Iraq. They've destroyed the economy. They've destroyed the economy. They've destroyed the people. They've destroyed the homes. Afghanistan, you've destroyed that country. Libya, you've destroyed that country. Lebanon, you've destroyed that country. Syria, you've destroyed that. Every country, you have your handprints all over, and you have the gall to sit there, to come onto our show and tell us that we should somehow feel guilty as Muslims. Excuse me, right? Excuse me. We are not going to feel guilty for those crimes because they have nothing to do with them, nothing to do with them whatsoever. We don't accept those crimes. We do not accept those people. We don't accept those are teachings from our religion, because they are most certainly not. And I tell you what, one thing, Frank, before you go, history is a testament to those Islamic beliefs, because you can go to any historian, white European historian like Karen Armstrong, okay, the ex-nun who was a historian. She describes what the Crusades did in Europe, what the Crusades did in the Middle East, what the Crusades did in South America. And she says, Frank, and she says
they were following Jesus.
The difference between the Islamic empire and the Christian empire was chalk and cheese. You went out to conquer, to rape, to pillage, to butcher, to steal. The Islamic empire went there to incorporate Islam within the people. The people flourished under Islam. Spain flourished under Islam. I'm not saying there weren't people who were treacherous and did bad things, but the vast majority of conquest was not conquest that you Christians did around the world. So you have no right whatsoever to come here and start pointing fingers at Muslims and Islam. You have no right. And when you were asked, Frank, when you were asked, Frank, Frank, to provide evidence,
wherever
you came
Islam
up with
goes,
a verse that actually acts against you, doesn't support you. Shame on you, Frank. Shame on you.
You should be ashamed of us.
Shame on you for having such a lowbrow argument. Shame on you, Frank. As a Christian, this is how you behave. It's shameful.
Mention Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Now, one thing I'm going to say to you, Frank, before you go, Frank, one thing I'm going to say to you, you said New Testament, okay? I'm going to put this up now, okay? And I want you to tell me whether this is in the New Testament or if this is in the Old Testament. You said to kill is bad, to kill is wrong, yes? This verse here, where does this appear, Frank?
It's in the New Testament.
New Testament. And who's doing the killing here?
Yeah.
Who's doing the killing? Who is doing the killing here, Frank?
Jesus.
Jesus will kill millions of people who disbelieve and who are standing against Christianity.
The lawless one. This is the Antichrist.
Yes, Jesus, and the followers of the Antichrist who are fighting the believers, right?
All the evil go to hell at the judgment.
But who kills them first? Who kills them?
But that's not our job.
Who kills them?
No, well, we believe that God says vengeance is mine.
So
Vengeance
Jesus can
belongs to God.
kill millions of people. So killing is not a bad thing, then, is it? Are you saying Jesus did a bad thing there? Is going to do a bad thing?
On the last day,
Yeah.
everyone will be judged.
So are you saying that Jesus
And
doing
killed.
mass killing of the people is okay and it's not a bad thing then?
Why are you so ashamed of your God, Frank? If I may
I'm
ask.
not.
You are ashamed of your God. Listen,
Answer the
you
question.
know what my contention with what you're
No,
doing.
before someone, I want him to answer the
He said
question.
judgment is coming.
You said
Judgment
killing
is
is a
coming.
you said, Frank, you said killing is bad.
That's for us.
Killing
we
is a
can't
bad
go
thing.
around killing.
You said killing is a bad thing, okay? Jesus here will now kill potentially millions of people with the Antichrist, right?
Hang on. No. What it says, and then the lawless one will be revealed, whom the Lord Jesus will kill.
The lawless. Who are the lawless?
The lawless one. This is talking about the Antichrist.
And he's talking. What about the followers? What will happen to the followers of the Antichrist who are fighting the believers?
Well, they all get thrown into hell as well.
So they will be killed and they will be thrown into hellfire, right? Okay, so killing under certain circumstances is important.
That is
isn't it?
God's prerogative. It's
okay.
Not
So
ours.
Frank, let me ask you a question then, Frank. If an army was to invade Australia, would it be okay to kill them?
Well,
You should give them the other cheek, Frank. If you're a true Christian,
as a state, we would.
If you're a true Christian, Frank, you should
So
give
hold
them
on.
the other cheek.
So it would be okay to kill, wouldn't it, Frank, under those circumstances?
We would fight back. Yes.
Yes, and you would kill
War.
kill people who come to attack your country, correct?
But as a person, that's not my job to go killing.
So if you were in the army, are you telling me you wouldn't shoot anyone?
Well, I'm probably above military age now, but if I was in a war where Australia was being attacked, that is a different thing.
Would you kill people from stopping them?
So in a war,
Frank, stop being such a coward and answer the question directly. Because you can ask me the question and I'll answer it directly. I've got no problem with that. Yes, of course. If somebody came to destroy my country, England, where I live, my home, yes, I would take up arms and I would fight them. And if it meant that I would have to kill them, yes, I would do that, Frank. But I'm asking you now the same question. Be brave, Frank. Answer the question directly as I've asked you, as I've answered it. Come on, show some vigor, show some passion, show some manliness. What would you do, Frank? Come on.
You want me to show manliness?
Yes, please. Explain to me what you would do to the invader who was coming to kill you and destroy your family. Come on, tell me.
That is a different thing.
Okay, so there you go, Frank. That is not a different thing, because what it shows, Frank, it shows is that you are following a potential teaching in your own brain, in your own mind, that can actually not be allowed.
Those two Muslims
applied in normal day-to-day life. That's what you've proven here. Okay,
those two Muslims,
clear.
Were they murdering or fighting a war?
In fact, fighting at times to stop oppression is noble. Not only is it something good, it's a noble act to stand up, risk your life, and defend your values, your country from attack from other people. So somebody's put this verse, Brother Anis has put this verse up, possibly in the comments. But those enemies of mine who did not want me to be king over them, bring them here and kill them in front of me. Luke 19:27. What about this verse, Frank?
Who said that?
You tell me. It's in your Bible.
Okay. So Jesus told a parable, and it was actually a parable based on something that you would find in the newspaper if there was one. It's when it talks about, it says there's a man went away to a far city to receive a kingdom. And there were people who didn't want him to be king, and they sent a delegation saying, we don't want him to be king. But he was made king, and he came back and he said, now kill the people who didn't want me to be king. So that person, he didn't say this, but it was, I think it was one of the Herods. Herod, I can't remember. It was one of Herod's sons anyway, who went to Rome to be made king. And when he went there, Caesar made him king, and he came back and he killed his enemies. So Jesus was just relating something that had happened, and he said, this is exactly the same thing that's going to happen with him. he's being made king by God, and those who don't accept his kingship are going to be destroyed at the last judgment. That's what it's all about.
Okay, so bring them here and kill them in front of me. Was this condemned?
Well, but this is in the parable. This is the man. This is the man
This is very interesting.
Yeah.
Where you have an explicit statement for killing, you actually do. You actually try to do it. You try to do a parable here. You make it into a parable.
Well,
It doesn't actually
Can I
mean
read
what
the
it says. It means something completely different. Anyway, Frank, I'm going to let you go because I think we've exhausted this conversation.
I'd encourage people to read that parable.
Could I just
make one question,
16?
Frank, one question to you, straightforward. I know that you don't usually appreciate or you don't like to give straightforward answers, but I think this one you'll give a straightforward answer to. Do you think Islam condones killing everybody?
What? Not killing everybody.
It's a yes or no, Frank, please, yes or no. I'm not debating.
Everybody. Not everybody.
Okay.
But it condones killing.
Fine. It condones killing
everybody
whom?
off.
Innocent people? Hang on. Innocent people?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So more than 99% of Muslims around the globe, as well as all our scholars, unanimously agree that this is not condoned in Islam. Unfortunately, the only two people who agree to this are people like you and the terrorists. So I think what you are doing is that you are spreading the terrorist agenda. You're trying to push Muslims to join these organizations, Frank. And this is really dangerous. You should be real worried about this conduct.
No,
because you're pushing Muslims against our. You're pushing Muslims, people who are listening to you, against all what the scholars say, against all what our literature says, against what the Prophet Muhammad says, and against what the Qur'an says. Frankly, in the Qur'an, we have more than 10 or 15 verses that prevent people from indulging themselves in these acts. But you, on the other hand, and people like you, who call themselves devout Christians, they are pushing Muslims into the false belief that this is actually what the terrorists are doing is actually through Islam. So imagine if a young Muslim who is unlearned listens to you, and they have they have trust in you, and they say, okay, this man seems to be educated about what he's saying. He probably knows about Islam. What would they do? They would go and join these organizations, Frank. This is what you're doing. Your approach is a terrorist approach.
I'm telling people to become Christian. I'm telling them to recognize what's in Islam.
You know that people are not. You know that calling people to Christianity, has other ways, more peaceful ways to do than smearing everybody's religion around you, and then smearing and spreading lies about people. This is really low, Frank. I'm afraid to say so. But
one of the things that really annoys me, one of the things that really annoys me when because Frank's originally from the UK as well, right? And between 1880 and 1920, Sarmad, do you know how many Indians died under British rule? And of course, India would have been Bangladesh, Kashmir, not Afghanistan, but Pakistan, and India would have been one country. Do you know how many people were killed under Christian British rule between 1880 and 1920? Have a guess, Brother Sarmad.
I don't know. I would say a few millions, but I don't know.
100 million.
No.
If you don't believe it, Google it now. Between 1880 and 1920. Okay. This was a very Christian country in 1880 and 1920. People used to go to church here a lot. People were very Christian here. The vast majority of people would have recognized themselves as Christian, and they would have been practicing Christians. Okay. 100 million. Okay. There are so many so many killings after that. So when Frank comes here with his high horse and starts claiming somehow how the big bogeyman is the Muslims and the brown man, these are the real evil people because they do all these evil acts, it completely negates, whitewashes all of the state terrorism that has been occurring over the last century, 2 centuries. Forget going back into medieval times, just the last couple of centuries, okay? And it completely whitewashes all of that. So we're not going to hear it, Frank. Anyway, Frank, you have a good evening. It's unfortunate, Frank, but really your behavior, your actions, your judgment, your love your enemy does not come through as a Christian. It really doesn't. In fact, you're quite a hateful person, actually, and you just like to make cheap shots. Like to make cheap shots, Frank. That's the problem. Anyway, I think that's the end of that discussion. I think we've had that discussion at length. I'm sorry if I got a bit passionate there, but I just think to myself that there's been an awful lot of suffering in the world, an awful lot of suffering. A lot of mothers have mourned their children. A lot of children have mourned the loss of their parents, and it's still continuing. And if you look at what's happening in Gaza today, who are the biggest supporters of the genocide in Gaza? Americans, Christian country. Britain, Christian country. Australia, Christian country. Germany, Christian country. Now, would it be acceptable? Would it be kind? Would it be respectful? Would it be honest for me to say that this is a direct reflection on Christianity and what Christians are like? I would never make that claim. It would be a very easy claim to make. It would be a claim that would actually probably be accepted by a lot of people who perhaps might have hate for the West or hate for Christianity. And it would just feed their predispositions and they would accept it, just as people like Frank accept stupid arguments against Muslims and Islam and present the actions of a minority of people as somehow a collective responsibility and a collective blame. It's very easy to play that filthy game, but I'm not going to do it because alhamdulillah, my religion does not allow me to make cheap arguments and cheap points like that, especially when I know in my heart that it's not true. I wouldn't do it, but it'd be very, very easy to make such arguments. Okay. Now, when it comes to what happened in Iraq, when it comes to what happened in Afghanistan and in Syria and in Libya, okay, and in Yemen, okay, a lot of it, unfortunately, Christianity does have a part to play in it, because you have the leaders like Bush and Blair, like I told you, who were active Christian followers, who prayed in the chapel according to the aides that were present there before the Iraq war. In fact, Bush even went as far as to say that my convictions, my Christian convictions, forced me to go in and do this. He was told, and even Blair was told by his aide at the time, I think it was Alex Campbell. What was his name, Imran? Something Campbell. He was the advisor of Tony Blair. Alistair
Campbell you're talking about? Or?
Sorry?
I don't know. Alistair Campbell?
Alistair Campbell. Alistair Campbell actually told Blair, tone it down, Blair. Tone down the Christianity because the people will not accept it. They'll get turned off by it. So he concealed, hid it. And then we had the soldiers who were, and you can go on YouTube, if you don't believe me, go on YouTube and watch the videos of the soldiers dancing to hymns before they went into war with Iraq. They were doing it whilst they were there. Okay. So, and they were writing verses of the Bible on the bombs, just like the Israelis are now writing things on the bombs when they're blowing up and killing Palestinian children. Okay. And we are actively supporting. We're not bystanders here. Britain America, Germany, Australia, we're not bystanders. We're not just watching it from a distance. We are active participants to what is happening there. We are actively participating in that massacre and in that killing that's happening to the Gazans, because we are running spy flights from Cyprus every single day over Gaza, and that data is going directly to the IDF, and they're using that intelligence information to target sites. The Americans are providing intel, the Americans are providing weapons, okay, as are the Germans and the Australians. So they have no right whatsoever to point fingers at us. We're not on the back foot here. We're not on the defensive here, and we don't need to be. Now, we're not saying all Europeans, all Americans are responsible. We have no ill feeling towards the people. The general people of these countries are good people, and they're not accepting what their governments are doing. And the vast majority of them do not accept what their governments are doing. And if they found out all of the intricate, horrid, morbid truths about their governments, they would stand up against their governments. The people are good people generally, but the governments that we have are killers, they're murderers, they're thieves. The arms companies that we have that sponsor, that actively promote these things are murderous campaigns. And they have destroyed that part of the world, and they're destroying other parts of the world. Now they're talking about never ends. Greed never ends. And this is the problem that we're having. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to hear it any longer. We're not on the back foot on this. Muslims are not on the back foot. We're not defending ourselves. We should tell it as it is.
We don't need to. We don't need to. I mean, the problem is when, you know, these people like Frank, for example, when they try to weasel themselves out of it, and, you know, the bloody, murderous history of institutional Christianity. I'm not saying that, you know, all Christians are like that. I'm not saying all monks, all priests are like that. But the churches, the institutions, were the ones who actually organized these massacres. When we talk about the Crusades, we're not talking about a leader, a king or a monarch who started the Crusades. We're talking about the Pope who started it. The Pope himself, the vicar of Christ, was the one who started these wars.
And you know the Pope
lo and
said,
behold, the first city they massacred was a Christian city.
No, but
was
Samad,
Constantinople.
Samad, are you aware what the Pope actually said to the Crusaders before they went out to fight?
I remember something to the effect of God wills it. Well,
basically what they did, first of all, they released the rapists, the killers, the murderers from prison, and they said that you will be freed if you fight under the banner of the Crusades. That was the first thing they did, okay? The second thing they did, the Pope said to the people that if you fight in the crusade, anything you do to capture the holy sites, you have already been forgiven for.
Yeah.
Anything you do. They literally went on a killing spree and a murderous campaign. They killed Christians, they killed Jews on the way. They killed and they raped and they murdered and they pillaged anything and everything they could. And then they finally got exactly the same thing there.
It's funny that the first crusade actually destroyed Constantinople, the Christian capital of Orthodoxy. That's what they did. So they killed the brethren Christians to start with. And I read once one of the historians who he was with the army who actually, you know, entered or captured Jerusalem, and he was, you know, writing down his memoirs. He says literally that the small alleys of Jerusalem started running, the gutters started running with people's blood. And they came to a point where they didn't stop killing until they became tired of it.
No, they said
they couldn't do it anymore.
They said that they were blood up to our knees. We were in blood up to our knees. This is what they said. And in fact, one of the things that they did, which is what they got from the Bible, which was to bash the heads of the children into the walls and kill them in that way. And this was something from the biblical, from the, I think, the Old Testament, from the Amalekites, to bash them. And they got this from their religion in terms of how they butchered these people. So you know what it is, Samad? We don't normally, how many Muslims normally bring up all of these things? We don't. Why don't we bring them up? We don't bring them up because our goal here is to invite people to Islam. Our goal is not to ridicule, to make Christians feel guilty about their past, or to even make them feel guilty about what's happening now, because we do not hold all Christians responsible, because we know that the vast majority of them would not support such behavior. Maybe in the past it was different. You know, those people are gone. The people that we have today are the people of today. We don't judge them because of what ancestors did. But we are constantly being judged, constantly, by what some person may have done in the past or what some person may have done today. And it's interesting, isn't it, Samad? They never ever say to us, hey, Muslims, well done. You know, some of the people who came up with the COVID vaccine were Muslims, and, you know, you guys have done really well here. Your community has done really well here. Or, hey, oh, Muslims, you guys have done so much charity in the UK. The Guardian newspaper reported that you give 2 or 3 times more charity than everybody else. You guys are extremely charitable. There doesn't seem to be any compliments that we get shared amongst our communities, even when, in fact, it is a communal action often that you see. But one individual or 2 individuals or a handful of individuals do something horrid. Somehow we're all responsible for that. It's just disgusting. Anyway, Eduardo, you just if you could put your camera on so we can identify you, and then you can turn your camera off by all means. Just give us a wave if you can, Eduardo. Just wave to us. Just wave. Eduardo, can you give us a wave? Okay, what I'm going to do, because he couldn't give a wave, we're just going to do this, and then we're going to do this. Eduardo, welcome to the stream. Unlucky, Eduardo. Oh dear, what a plonker. Yeah, what a plonker. Had the screen covering you because you're a moron. Anyway, and this is basically what we have now. We have
that was a better argument than one we've had presented so far.
I think it was better than Frank's argument anyway, you know. So Imran, anyway, I know you had to leave the stream because you were very angry.
I wasn't angry. This is the thing. When what I was trying to do was to get underneath this sort of fluff at the top, when the way that Frank was presenting himself, and the way that and it's underlying this is actually racism. There's this thing about Islam's not a race is a classic thing that is said by the far right, and this is used as a surrogate for racism. So hating Muslims and hating Islam, etc., is a surrogate for racism. If black people who are not Muslims or brown people who are not Muslims think that people care whether you're a Muslim or not, when they're gonna start attacking, when their people are being attacked, and we know that in the UK there have been 2 sisters, 2 ladies who are from the Sikh religion who have been attacked and raped, one on the streets and one was followed to a home and they broke the door and they raped her in the house. These were not Muslims, and they didn't check, are you which religion are you? They don't care about your religion. When these people attack you, they attack you because you're not white.
Yeah.
And this is the thing that people need to understand. This isn't a fight. This isn't about Muslims. This is about the way you look and the way you appear. And this is what it's going to come down to. And all of this fluff that we're seeing on the surface, then this, and the same thing happened after 9/11. After what happened after 9/11, the first person who got shot after 9/11 was a Sikh guy with a turban at a petrol station, if I remember rightly. And so the person that shot him didn't check. Are you? And we had, unfortunately, some people from the Sikh community who support the far right, and even some Hindus who support the far right. And they're not going to check, are you Rajput from this particular Jammu village from where? They don't care about all of that. ethnic background and which village you're from. You're brown. You're the same. Everyone is the P word when you're not white.
Exactly.
Everyone is the N word if you're not white or brown. This is simple, and this is what's going to come down to. So this is the underlying hatred that comes out, and we can see why this is what happened. Like you're talking about the Crusades. Anyone who wasn't essentially a white Christian, specifically Western European, everyone was killed. Didn't matter if you were Christian or Jew or Muslim. It didn't matter. Everyone was killed. And this is the thing that you have to understand, that it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you think this is, just the Muslims. Yes, the Muslims are being targeted because there's a campaign to demonize them. There's a campaign to demonize them. Well orchestrated, well funded campaign to organize them. And we know who the funders. You just have to go to places like Yellow Canary News or Double Down News or Novara News or any of these places that are not Muslim run, but alternative news media that you can go to, where you can, and they will tell you, because they've done the research, who is funding this sort of stuff. And it's simply to take your eyes away from the fact that the elite are ripping the hell out of your country, ripping the hell out of the West, trying to subjugate it economically, trying to subjugate us economically in around the world. And this is really what it's all about. And they're taking your eyes away from the genocides that are happening that we can see. Now, if you don't understand that, and you think that they're talking about this particular religion, no, that's not. This is just this whole idea of because a brown guy did it, and I suspect that his name is so and so, that therefore you are all. I mean, no one ever asks any questions about when it's someone who's not from that background, who's a white person, for example. They won't ask what's wrong with this white community. That all children under the age of 3 that are abused are all from this white community. What is wrong with them? No one asks these questions.
I remember the knife attack not so long ago in the UK, when there was media coverage of a very brave gentleman. I'm not going to say anything else. I mean, he was brave. He tried to stand up to the perpetrator, but actually he was caught into it. Now, I listened to his testimony himself. He was speaking to the LBC radio, and they called him when he was admitted to the hospital, and they were trying to figure out what I realized after digging deeper into it was actually another Muslim guy who jumped on the perpetrator. That guy never got any media attention whatsoever. The English guy, the white guy, let's say it this way, because this is what it really is. The white guy got coverage when he said himself that he was actually caught into it. He was running away. He tried to open a toilet to find shelter. He couldn't, and then he found himself face to face with the perpetrator, and he tried to defend himself. The other guy, this guy, the white guy, I just spoke about, he actually got media coverage. The other guy, who was a Muslim, he jumped on the perpetrator, and that guy never got any media coverage whatsoever. It was the same thing happened here.
The same thing happened here in Piccadilly Circus. TWGT. There's a company in Leicester Square that sells tea on the corner, and there was a lady and a daughter that were stabbed by a man, and this Pakistani brother, I think he's Pakistani, he ran over and grabbed the guy and tackled him to the ground and stopped the thing that was happening. Now, the interesting thing was that the coverage for him was an absolute minimal coverage. Okay. Because it's the wrong color and it's the wrong religion doing a courageous act. Do you see what I mean? If it was a white guy, he would have got an OBE from the Queen, no doubt, and he would have probably, or the King or whatever, and he would have been honored. And the hero, he would have had hero, and his picture would have been on the front page of every newspaper. Okay, we know the games. One of the interesting things, Imran, is I remember when they were bringing out all these anti-terror laws after September 11th, they were rushing everything through Parliament. And I said on, I think it was LBC radio, and I said, be very careful, guys, because you might push all this stuff through because you think it's going to affect us, but it will come and bite you back in your on your rear. Okay. It will affect you, and it will affect your kids. And guess what's happening now, Samad? That the people who are white, middle class, many of them are teachers, many of them are elderly, blind, even blind people, disabled people on these marches here are being arrested under those same laws, the same legislation that was there to attack our community, right? So it's really interesting, really, really interesting how, what I thought was going to happen and what other people were saying at the time, no doubt, that this was going to affect other people as well. It's just utterly shocking. Zaid, if you want to put your camera on and interact with us, we'll get you on. But if you don't have your camera on, we can't get you on. Zaid, if you can give us a thumbs up.
I just want to clarify that the last person that came on who was shielded and who showed something disgusting claimed to be a Catholic.
Yeah, exactly.
So if there's any Catholics out there, what's wrong with your community?
Yeah,
is that a valid question to ask? What's wrong with your community?
Exactly.
No, we wouldn't ask this question. Why? Because we know that one idiot who claims to be a Catholic doing something abhorrent isn't Catholicism. Yeah, and this is exactly what people were doing to Muslims. They should stop doing this.
Yeah, exactly. Zaid, can you give us a thumbs up? Just stick your thumb up in the camera for me. And then give me a wave as well. And wave. Lovely. Okay, we're going to get you on now, brother. You can either leave your camera on or you can turn your camera off, whatever you're comfortable with. Zaid, welcome to the stream. Can you hear us? Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, brother Zaid.
Yes, assalamu alaikum, brothers Abbas, Imran, and Sarmat. I hope you guys are doing well. I have one question only. I won't take much of your time because I was just in a debate with God Logic a couple of days before, and he gave a verse to the Yunus, chapter 10, verse 94. So how can we defend that? Is there a way to defend that verse?
Okay, first of all, let me ask you a question. Why were you debating God Logic?
I was debating God Logic specifically because it wasn't particularly related to the Islamic dilemma. It was that if the other previous prophets were Muslim in the first place or not. But then the debate shifted to this verse, and I put forward my position, and he didn't agree with it. Of course, he.
I understand. I'm just saying, I don't know, obviously, you, brother, personally, but just asking you the question, not judging you in any way. But are you qualified to have these debates or discussions? Because I would advise you, if you're not, then it's better not to enter into these discussions, because they'll throw a lot of red herrings and you won't know how to respond. That's the problem. They'll do what's called shotgunning. And it's a very common tactic that is often adopted in order to show holes in your knowledge base. So I'm just asking you, Zaid, have you done any reading and are you qualified in order to be able to have these discussions or debates?
Well, I have been doing my studies related to Islamic theology, tafsir, and Christian theology as well. But I don't call myself a professional in any way or standards because my knowledge is very limited currently.
Yeah. Anyway, so what was the verse that you were talking about? I mean, this is not the right stream. This stream is actually for non-Muslims to talk about their religious beliefs. And we can.
I think the brother is talking about فَإِن كُنْتَ فِي شَكٍّ مِمَّا أَنزَلْنَا إِلَيْكَ. If you are in doubt of what we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the scripture before you. Is that the verse, brother?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that is the verse. Yes.
What's your understanding of about the verse?
My understanding of this verse is that at the time of Prophet Muhammad, there were Jews at that time in Medina specifically. I think this verse was revealed in Medina. So in their scriptures, it was mentioned that a prophet is going to come in the Arabic region, in the valleys of Kedar, that is. So in order to convince them, Allah revealed this ayah to the Prophet Muhammad that it is mentioned in their scriptures that if you are in doubt that it is mentioned in their scriptures of your coming. I mean, the context of this verse is this. But he told me that then the previous scriptures have to be some sort of a bar of a standard to judge the Quran against. So this is what I was confused about.
Sorry,
How do we defend this?
I lost the last part. You said that he told you what exactly about the previous scripture?
He told me that your Allah specifically says to your prophet that if you are in doubt, refer back to the previous scriptures as they are some sort of a benchmark in order to confirm what the Quran is saying. Because in this verse, in order to prove his prophet or in order to prove that whatever the prophet is saying
So
is to be confirmed with the previous scriptures.
So allow me to rephrase my question. Do you think that the verse was speaking in a conditional sense to the Prophet ﷺ, that if he had doubts, then he should have asked the people who read the scripture before him? Is that what you take from the verse?
This verse, on a conditional basis, specifically related to his prophet, I think.
Yeah, so that is actually a matter of agreement amongst Mufassirin. There are two ways to understand the verse. From a linguistic point of view, you either understand it as a rhetorical condition. And by rhetorical, we mean a condition that is never meant to happen. It's like you saying, Astaghfirullah, if I were a god, I wouldn't have created the heavens and the earth. That's a rhetorical. It's something that is never meant to happen. So this is one way to understand it. The other way to understand it is that it is actually a negated sentence, meaning that what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala was telling his prophet, so you are not in doubt. The if in this verse is in. It is not either, and it is not any other tool of condition. It is in, and in by default is a tool of negation in the Arabic language. We say in to say not, to say ma or laysa. All right. So when you say, and there are many verses in the Quran, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, قُلْ إِن كُنْتُ إِلَّا بَشَرًا رَسُولًا. So say, I am not but a man, a messenger, a human messenger. In kuntu. I wasn't or I weren't except a human messenger. The in is not a tool of condition by default. It's a tool of negation. So to understand it, you would say, so you are not in doubt, because it starts with a fa in, and this fa is to be translated as so. You will find it in some translations, but not all. In other translations, it's missing. They take the conditional if directly, and they put like it's as if the verse starts with if, but it doesn't actually. It starts with a so, the fa, and then in. So in, you could either understand it in its original form, default form, which is a tool of negation, or you could understand it as a condition. Now, when you introduce the in to a conditional sentence, it is to be understood as a rhetorical, unless you have what we call mukhassisat, specifiers in the sentence. And the specifiers are many, like you specify time and place, you specify by using a verb and so on and so forth. But the in to be used in a conditional sentence to mean an actual possible condition, it takes a lot of skills, linguistic skills. And this is what we were always taught in intermediate school. Never use an in when you are writing an essay, unless you are really skillful with it, because it's really tricky. Okay, because you could actually put it as an if, and you want to denote a possible condition, but linguistically it's never to be understood as a possibility, and the vice versa. But in this verse, it's never understood as a possible condition. It's a rhetorical, something that would never happen. It is used in the Quran as well in conditions, conditional sentences that are possible, but in these other conditional sentences that come as possibilities, where the if, this special if in Arabic, denotes possibility, it has it has the specifiers. The specifiers are introduced to the sentence, either by using a verb or by using a conjoint like wa or thumma, or like many other tools, and you make what we call ataf wa ma'tuf on another sentence that has a verb in it. This verse has no verb. فَإِن كُنْتَ فِي شَكٍّ. If you were in doubt, if you understand it as an if, you were in doubt, that's a nominal sentence. It has no verb. Hence, I could tell you that Ibn Taymiyyah, Al-Baghawi, Fakhr al-Din al-Razi, Ibn al-Qayyim al-Jawziyah, there are 3 or 4 others that I don't remember their names actually. I have a list of all of them about this specific verse, where they all agree that it is not to be understood as a possible condition. It is a rhetorical from a linguistic point of view. So you can never say that he was actually given the option of going to the people who read the scripture before him. He wasn't given that condition. That was not an option, because he was never in doubt. And that's why the Prophet himself said, لا أشك ولا أسأل. I never doubt and I would never ask.
Yes, so that means it's an impossible condition anyways.
It is an impossibility from a linguistic point of view, brother. Even without going to the hadith, even without going to any tafsir. Just following the linguistics, you understand that it is an impossible condition. Another one that is matching identical verse to it, you could find in Surah Hud, in Surah Al-A'raf, many verses, where the disbelievers would tell their prophet, فَأْتِنَا بِمَا تَعِدُنَا إِن كُنْتَ مِنَ الصَّادِقِينَ. So bring forth what you have been warning us or threatening us with, meaning the torment from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if you were amongst the truthful ones, if you were honest. They never thought he was honest, otherwise they wouldn't have asked or made this condition. You see, because when you have a prophet telling them that a storm will come and take every single one of you, they wouldn't go to when they think he's a real prophet and tell him, okay, if you're truthful, then bring forth your torment. No sane man would do that. So the linguistic structure of this verse, for example, another verse in Surah Al-Anfal, where they went to the Prophet himself, the disbelievers of Quraysh, of his tribe, and they said, وَإِذْ قَالُوا اللَّهُمَّ, and they said, "Oh Allah, if this is the truth from you, إِن كَانَ هَذَا هُوَ الْحَقَّ مِنْ عِنْدِكَ, إِن كَانَ هَذَا هُوَ الْحَقَّ مِنْ عِنْدِكَ, if this is the truth coming from you, فَأَمْطَرْ عَلَيْنَا حِجَارَةً مِنَ السَّمَاءِ, so make stones rain down on us." That doesn't mean that they believed actually that it was the truth. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made the condition. So it is a rhetorical, because we don't believe this is the truth from you. Otherwise, okay, bring down stones from heaven, because it's not the truth.
All right, okay. So that means that the coming of Prophet Muhammad.
I'm sorry, Brother Abbas, but this is only one part of it actually. The other part is when it says فَاسْأَلِ الَّذِينَ يَقْرَؤُونَ الْكِتَابَ مِنْ قَبْلِكَ, ask those who read the scripture before you. This is not the people of the book, brother. This is not the Christians. This is not the Jews. This was a very small fraction of the people of the book who were actually identified in Surah Al-Baqarah. If you go back to chapter 2 in the Quran, you would see the chapter talking about them. الَّذِينَ آتَيْنَاهُمُ الْكِتَابِ, those to whom we revealed the book. يَقْرَؤُونَهُ حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ, يَتْلُونَهُ حَقَّ تِلَاوَتِهِ, they recited verily the way it should be recited. These were the ones who read the scripture. And these were some remnants during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, as Abdullah ibn Salam, Salman al-Farisi, Wahab ibn Munabbih, his entire family actually reverted. 3 rabbis reverted all together. Wahab, his brother Abdurrahman bin Munabbih, and their uncle, I don't remember their name, may Allah be pleased with them. But they reverted back during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, reverted to Islam.
Okay, so it specifically is well, it refers to those scriptures or those books that were available at that time with the people. Okay, not specifically all of them, but those Sahaba who reverted. Right? It's pointing out to those who reverted. Actually,
Those
it's
who
not.
had, those
It's not.
who read the scripture, those who read the scripture verily, those who were actually, praised by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in many chapters, like in Surah Al-Baqarah, Surah Al-Imran talks about them as well. In Surah Al-Ma'idah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about them as well. Yeah, that's chapter 5, of course. Al-Imran is 3. In Surah Al-A'raf, there is no mention of them. Al-An'am. In Surah Hud, there is mention of them. Surah Yunus, that's 10. Yeah, but they are mentioned in other chapters. Yeah.
Okay, so that we can we can be safe to say that what they had at that time during the time of Prophet Muhammad to confirm of his coming is still somewhat present in the Old Testament. I mean, if we can consider it the Old Testament, so to say, we can say that safely. Can we say that?
Now again, I will appeal to linguistics. Yeah, from a linguistic point of view, this verse in Surah Yunus 1094, which I know Avery really likes, he's really fond of it, and subhanAllah, it's very counterproductive to his argument, but he doesn't know that. I tried actually once to join them on their on his channel, and I was kicked out. But there was a bunch of them. I didn't even know who David was before this.
This is why I'm saying this is why I'm saying to brothers that generally what they do. This is why I tell people not to go onto their channel, because they will reject people who they know can answer their silly dilemmas and their silly questions that they have in their own brain. They won't allow people who know the arguments. They'll always pick people who are perhaps weak in these particular polemics, just so they can score cheap points. So this is why I'm saying that it's better that either a person be qualified when entering. Personally, I wouldn't go into his channel and start discussing, because I think there's brother, mashallah, many brothers, mashallah, out there, the Orthodox Muslim, mashallah. There's so many other brothers that are out there that do similar work. Brother Jake, for example. There's so many out there. Brother Samad could have easily answered the linguistic things, but they don't allow these people often. They don't engage with these people, and they're offered debates. And they literally put their tail between their legs, and they make excuses, and they don't debate people.
And I must say, I must say one thing here, just to your point, Brother Abbas, that since then, this is the only one time actually I ever spoke to Avery, the only one time. But since then, I was really rebuked by Brother Hamza, because I joined his channel directly after I was kicked out from Avery's channel. And Hamza said, "Why did you even go there?" I said, "Well, I learned my lesson. I'm never joining them again. I'm never joining any of their
yeah, because they're not sincere.
Even if it's a silly argument they're making, it's easy, to
yeah.
But it's all about rhetoric.
These people are not sincere, and the thing here is this: they follow the same tactic. 6 months later, 3 months later, they'll come up with a different argument, and they will all just repeat that argument over and over and over again. And the problem is what they do, the reason why they do that, they don't want us talking about the Trinity. They don't want us talking about the biblical records, or whether they're trustable or they're not trustable, whether they're preserved or not. They don't want to talk about original sin. They don't want to talk about the fundamentals of their religion, because they're literally scared to have those discussions. So we should not allow them to use us as pawns in their games. That's the thing I would say. Anyway, Brother Zaid, 1 second, Brother Zaid, if you want to ask these type of questions, we have Dawah Clinic on a Wednesday. I think this Wednesday, is it Dawah Clinic this Wednesday, Imran, or is it Doubt Busters this Wednesday? Either way, it doesn't matter. What you can do, come this Wednesday, inshallah, and ask your Dawah related questions. At the same time, we start 8 o'clock UK time, and we have a stream this Wednesday, inshallah.
Please send me the link in the back chat if you can. I'll just copy it.
The link, brother, it's the same. So it's going to be a stream on Wednesday at 8 p.m. It should already be on the on EFDawah. Otherwise, it'll be on EFDawah very shortly, inshallah. On Wednesday.
Thank you so much, brother.
All right, brother.
Thank you so
Okay, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
much.
All right. So we've got brother who I think came on before. So let's inshallah do that. Assalamu alaikum, brother. Hello, you came on before, didn't you, onto the stream? AZ?
Assalamu alaikum, brothers. How are you?
Walaikum salam, brother. You're right. You came on before. I think you wanted us to talk to your cousin, or your cousin had some questions.
Yes. Right? I know you brothers are busy. So when's the next time you're doing this stream?
So we're going to do Doubt Busters, we're going to do Doubt Busters or Dawah Clinic. I think this Wednesday is Doubt Busters, right? I think, is that right? So inshallah, you can Imran, we've not got any other guests. Should we just take the question from the brother?
The brother's available. I think is your cousin available for a chat?
No, my cousin's not available. I was just sent the link by brother Yaz on. I was chatting to him online. I did ask my cousin, but he wasn't available because it was a bit of a last minute thing. I didn't know you guys were running the program today.
Will he be available?
What time on Wednesday?
At 8 p.m. is when the stream starts, inshallah.
And how long is the stream, inshallah, running for?
Normally till about 11:30 at least.
So starting 8 p.m. this Wednesday. And where would I find the link? Will it be on?
So Anis will set the stream up probably tomorrow. And so it will be available to set a reminder. Or if you set an alarm, a reminder at 8 p.m. or 7 p.m. or whatever, this inshallah, the stream should be definitely ready at that point for you to put a reminder on, inshallah.
Inshallah. I'll try to encourage him to join on Wednesday, inshallah.
This coming Wednesday, 8 p.m. till about 11:30, inshallah.
Inshallah. I will try to speak to him and encourage him to join then, inshallah.
All right, brother.
The earlier he joins, the better.
Yeah, the earlier he joins, the better. Yeah, because obviously he might want more time and he might have more questions, and we don't want him to feel rushed at the end, basically.
And inshallah, I'll encourage him to attend this Wednesday. And if not, I'll message you guys on the forum that I've been using on Facebook to see when the next one is after this.
All right, inshallah. Jazakallah khair for coming on, brother.
Take care, brothers.
Use the email because it's better. More of us actually see that than the forum.
As in chat via email rather than on the Facebook.
That's right, because the email is checked regularly. Let me just give you the link about if you can put it. That's the email on the screen.
Yep, I've got it there.
Contact us via that. That's probably the better way rather than anywhere else. Just in your specific case, brother. Yeah.
Great, Jazakallah. Thank you very much for that.
Alhamdulillah. All right, brother. Thank you for coming on. Today I wanted to actually talk about a little bit about. I was hoping that we would get some sensible Christians that would come on and talk about aspects of Christianity. We did have one or two backstage, but they didn't stay very long. They were only there for like 5-10 minutes or whatever, and then they left. But I wanted to talk about how people within Christianity, Christians navigate the similarities between Greco-Roman myths and legends and stories that were prevalent that are extremely similar to the Trinitarian concept of God, of a human sacrifice, of a human savior, of a resurrection. I wanted to have some sort of feedback from Christians as to how they navigate that and what their opinion is in terms of the fact that we find these stories so much mirrored to the story as we find it from Paul. And one of the things that's very interesting that you said about Paul, Imran, is that even if you look at the internal description of Paul and his theology compared to that of the disciples, there's clearly a very, very stark difference between the two. There's a clear distinction between the two, and there is a clear division, and they regard Paul as a liar, as an imposter, as an innovator, and I just wonder why Christians don't find that concerning. Why do they just sort of make excuses for Paul and still follow this doctrine? It just surprises me, really, Imran.
Yeah, I think this is just unfortunately Christianity by and large has become a cultural thing rather than something that's taught and learnt. So Muslims, alhamdulillah, one of the things that we do, we have active teaching, and we make sure that theology is understood because it's applied in everything that we do. So, for example, monotheism is such that it impacts every single action that you're doing, and your sincerity within that monotheism is very important. So to understand it, there's a lot of teaching, the background of it. We teach the theology alongside the Qur'an, etc., from very young age onwards. We don't really see this. I mean, there might be some Sunday schools here and there. There might be some lessons that will go on, but this is sort of, we're doing this every day, day in, day out, maybe a break on the weekend, and this is sort of a systematic way the Muslims have done it. I think that's really important in laying the groundwork. And so really Christianity has become this sort of a cultural thing, which is why even people like Tommy Robinson, who, whatever he is and whatever he does, can make a claim to it and make a claim to be a representative of it, which is really, shocking. And this is why things that are not taught in Christianity in terms of from its religious texts can become so widely part of it, like Christmas or Easter or these pagan festivals from the 300s onwards. We know that they were sort of incorporated. Yeah, so you're absolutely right. So
one of the things that's very surprising is that you have people like Bob the Builder who align themselves so intimately and closely to the far right. The far right obviously always being regarded as, and quite rightly so, people of hate and people of racism and division and hatred for everything that's non-white. In fact, not just non-white, but non-Western white. They don't even regard Eastern Europeans as pure, Anglo-Saxon, as it were, or white. They're regarded as some form of a weird mix. They only accept, I think it's like Switzerland or Italy or whatever. As soon as you start going further east, then they don't even regard those countries to be included in their gang, as it were, right? So it's a heavily racist, bigoted organization, of course, being on the far right. And the far right has its own, far left has its own problems as well. Whenever you move far into any direction, you're going to have the huge problems. The point is, how can you, as a Christian evangelist, be a supporter of, an active participant of an organization? And what does it tell you about how Jesus would feel seeing you in that organization, speaking in that organization, being an active part in that organization, and riling up the drunkard people with half their teeth missing? How would Jesus feel about that? And I don't get it. I really don't. And I think, to be fair, I think a lot of these so-called Christians, I call them so-called Christians because you can't really be a Christian. I mean, you can't love your enemy and love this and love that and have love all the time, and all you actually spout out is hate. You don't represent Christianity, really. I mean, unless, of course, you're going to go to those verses that do talk about, in the Old Testament especially. But it's a rather odd alliance, isn't it, Imran? But I think it's not something we've not seen before, because, I mean, the Ku Klux Klan all professed to be very Christian as well. They used to wear crucifixes and they used to burn crosses on people's lawns. So clearly there was something going on there with those people. So perhaps it's nothing new. Maybe we're just making too much of it, really, you know?
I think the thing with Christian evangelicals or Christian preachers who align themselves with the far right, really what's happening there is a couple of things. But the first thing is an admission of the fact that they are unable to provide an answer to Islam. So what's happening is that in every discussion that goes on, whether it's monotheism, what does that mean, whether it's the nature of the human being, the nature of the relationship between the creator and the human being, how to actually gain the pleasure of the creator by repenting, or whether it's, you know, whatever these discussions happen, you know, the only way I can put it is they just get annihilated in these discussions. Even when the discussions are wonderful, you know, it's embarrassing almost to try and have that position, and we're seeing this over and over. So one of the things that's happened is an admission that we can't, this intellectually we cannot challenge this religion, and which is why you're seeing that there's such a rise of people becoming Muslims, and particularly in the West, etc. But we're seeing great rises like this. So then what happens is they align with people who have another identity, and their identity is a nationalist identity. They identify themselves by either the color of their skin, ethno-nationalists, or the country they're born in, if they have the right color of skin, so specifically ethno-nationalists. Now, when they're doing that, what they're really doing is completely going against what, you know, the basic fundamentals of Christianity as expressed by learned Christians, which is completely going the opposite to that. And really, if you think about what's Christmas, you know, an immigrant couple with child come to another country and they're trying to find a hotel, and the innkeeper, who's probably Tommy Robinson, says there's no room at the inn, get lost, and they have to go and sleep in some horrible place, and then the child is born in that place, and some other mysterious brown men, 3 of them apparently, come from another place, the Magi, and they come and they give these odd gifts which are, you know, not native to Palestine, and this is really, and it's if you look at about, if any of these people were in the position there, they would be, no, you can't come, you haven't got a visa, definitely your child is not going to be from here, you know, wherever they're from, that, you know, you have to go there. And it's sort of a mockery. It's literally a mockery of Christianity. What Christians say about what they believe sort of love mankind and your neighbor, etc. These people hold the opposite view. If you're not white, you're not coming in. And this is really the bottom line. I think, and to align with these people, in that is just what are you doing? Why are you aligning with people who go? And the other part of it is this. So that's one part of it, the aspect of it. The other part of it is, which is very briefly, I'll mention it very briefly, is that there is this harking back to the mythology of the Christian knights destroying the brown infidels, because we have to remember the word infidel is something specifically coined by the Christians to refer to non-Christians. That's where that word comes from. It's not a word that's been coined by Muslims at all. Even though ironically now it's sort of pejoratively put onto Muslims. But they're harking back to this because they have lost their own identity, because they've secularized and diluted Christianity from what it was, which is a religion that should be giving advice to the society on how to live morally. It's been diluted to whatever is happening. This is where you're talking about the far left. Whatever the liberals say and do, that you adopt it. And though they should hold their ground and hold their identity as this is what we believe and these are our rules and regulations. And the thing is, the Muslims are doing this, which is why they are the a twofold enemy, if you like. But yeah, that's my perspective on that.
I think you're right, because what we're seeing is there is a certain lip service and there is a certain window dressing of what Christianity is all about. But even recently we had these social experiments done, And I think the reason why I think these social experiments actually are quite informative is that these are not average people being approached by young women for I don't know if you saw the experiments, Brother Samad, but in America and in Britain, a young woman was calling churches for baby formula, and she called, I think, 30 churches, and 27 of them basically said to her, we can't do anything. And I think 3 agreed that they would arrange something. Now, she rang, I think, the first mosque, and they said that we'll arrange for you to get the formula and we'll drop it off to you because you shouldn't come in the bus, etc., etc., etc. Now, the same experiment was done here in the UK, right? And the same thing happened here as well. Now, recently, there's an experiment, I think, in one of the African countries where there's an African man. He says he goes to a mosque and he goes to a church first, and he goes, I've got nowhere to stay the night. I need some shelter and I'm hungry, and they turn him away. They literally turn him away. Now, the reason why I think this is very profound is because, as I said to you, this is not approaching your layperson on the street who might be mean. And this is the church itself. This is the management of the church. This is the priest. This is the vicar. This is the person who is preaching the stuff. Okay, so preaching the doctrine of business.
Sorry, Brother Abbas, but I don't know if it's only me, but your voice seems to be a little bit muffled. Is that only me, or?
Oh, no, it is. It's going up and down now.
Is it going up and down? I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, now it's clear.
It's okay now. But what I'm saying is the reason why it's so profound is because this is not some layperson being approached in the street who might be mean, but this is actually the religious organization itself, the religious place of worship, turning people away, saying, we don't do this. What church do you belong to? Or we can't help you. Go to your local church. It's things like this. What I'm saying is that there's this lip service, and the same thing happens when they keep constantly attacking Islam, and they say, oh, you Muslims are violent. You Muslims are like this. You Muslims support violence. Yeah. But they don't look at the fact that their own countries, which are Christian countries, their leaders who are Christians, the soldiers who are often writing verses of the Bible on the bombs that they're dropping, they don't even think about that. It's like you're blind to all the evil that's being done, and all you see is the evil done by somebody else. And I think it's just, as I say, it's lip service. And I think the same thing applies to the evangelists that we have, many of them here. They'll preach, love your enemy. Jesus taught love, 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 love. I don't see a lot of love when they come at Speaker's Corner to talk to Muslims. I don't see a lot of love when they encounter Muslims on the street. I don't see a lot of love when they join far-right organizations that would actually often secretly, maybe not openly because it's illegal and you get into trouble, but secretly are caught saying things like, that all the Muslims should be basically, killed off. They're not even talking about sending them back to their own country. They're literally talking about civil war and killing of Muslims. There was one chap here who, he's not a Muslim guy. He's an Afro-Caribbean young man who wears these masks and stuff, and he goes into places to find out. And he went on the Tommy Robinson March, and there were people on that march. Not everybody, I must be honest here. There were some people who said, no, we do not stand for being racist against black and brown people. But this is not what we're about. So there were people that were clearly not of that ilk. But there were people on there who said, yeah, just kill them all, get rid of them all. And I was just thinking like, so it's just odd. I think there's a lot of, as I said, there's a lot of lips. The other thing is this. There was an interesting article here in the Guardian newspaper about Muslims being the most charitable people by far. It wasn't like slightly more. It was like, I think twice as much, or more than twice as much or something than Christians, right? So I just think there's a lot of lip service, but there's a lot of there's a lot of chat, very little action, quite frankly.
Exactly. And even though I'm just to a point, I think there's a saying that some people, circulate all the time. I don't, necessarily subscribe to it, but I think it's worth mentioning here when they say something to the effect of worst hatred is Christian love or something like that. That it's really dangerous, kind of. I don't necessarily subscribe to that, because there are good people in every kind of human group or like human beings. There are bad people as well. There are black sheep everywhere. So that's why we are told in Islam not to generalize. We take people on or help them accountable for what they do and what they say, not where they come from, not where they stem from, not where because of their skin color, for example. I think one of the striking examples actually in Islamic history was it Yazid bin Abdul Malik, I think, the 6th or the 7th Caliph of Islam during the Umayyad period, or somebody before him. Anyway, he brought his 2 sons. He brought them to Mecca in order for them, to be taught Islam and like the fundamentals. And he handed them over to Ata bin Rabah, or Ata bin Abi Rabah, who was the Imam of Mecca back at the time, a slave from Africa, but he was the Imam of Mecca. And the Khalifa said to him, he got on his knees when he was speaking to him, please teach them well, even though he was not a free man. So, and he was freed later, of course. But I think, the thing is, Islam really, it's not just about making a propaganda, giving these examples. This is the actual teachings of Islam. I'm not saying that Christianity doesn't have good teachings in it, but the problem is in Christianity, there's too much laxity, and that applies to Judaism as well and most other religions. There's no, like decisive directives from the God, the God they believe in. What you should do this, you should do that. There's always laxity and too much room to bring any anecdote into it. Like whoever is in charge, basically, whoever is politically influential. If we go back to the period, for example, between the late 1000s until the fall of the Roman Empire, of the Catholic Roman Empire, the head of the state was the Pope himself. So this is really dangerous because basically you're not only governing people's everyday activities in a political sense, but you're actually even owning their souls. And we all know, like especially the Catholics back at the time, they used to, many factions within Catholicism, as far as I know, used actually to believe that the term Vicar of Christ actually stood for a true representation or incarnation of Jesus on earth. So up to that level, the Pope was so much revered. And this is real dangerous. In Islam, we don't find that, because we have not only the fundamentals, but even the intricate details about how to conduct yourself with authority to one another as human beings, how to speak to your wife, how to speak to your children, how to raise them, how to be a member in your society. That is not found in Christianity from the source. I'm not saying it's not found in later practices that came later, like probably the 3rd or 4th or 5th centuries after Christ, peace be upon him. But these were, like all decrees and councils and whatnot that were slowly but surely added into Christianity. We don't find that in Islam. The Prophet ﷺ was truly the best example to human beings. He was a man, he was a husband, he was a father, he was head of state, he was a poor man, he was a man in charge, he was a prophet, he was leader of an army, All these put in one man, getting divine revelation from the one true God. Now that in and of itself speaks volumes about how successful such an example is. Whereas in Christianity, for example, how much does the Bible talk about Jesus Christ, peace be upon him? They say that Jesus is their God. Okay, how much do you cover of his life? 3 years, roughly? Less than 3 years even. And this is your God you're speaking about. And we don't believe that Prophet Muhammad is our God. We believe he's the Prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He is a messenger. But we cover every single small detail of his life. From the time he was born, even before the time he was born, even the biographies of his grandfather, his father, his mother, how he was, raised in the Badia, in the desert by Halima Sa'diyya, and why, and like all these intricate details we have about his life. And this is actually one of the things that you probably, brothers, remember from the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, when one of the influential, prominent kuffar of Quraysh, when he went to have a treaty with the Prophet ﷺ, he went back to them and said, "You're never going to be that man, because I saw men surrounding him and just waiting for a straw of hair to fall off his body, and they would fight over it." That's how much he was revered amongst his people. And this brings like the embodiment of his true message in all these different roles that he played during this 23 years as a prophet. So it's as we say in Arabic, فرق بين الثرى والثريا. There's a huge, vast difference between the grains of sand on earth and the twinkling stars up in the sky.
And also, we've got a very interesting saying in England here: the proof in the pudding is in the eating. You get a lot of bloggers who go to Muslim countries. There's thousands of them, and they put these videos out. And the one thing that they always say is that the Muslim countries, the hospitality that they get there, they don't get anywhere else in the world. The hospitality. And it's very interesting, because the Prophet ﷺ said that indeed the person with goodness in their hearts will always be a good host. Right? Goodness in your heart will mean that you will be a good host. There are so many videos, Imran, of bloggers going to Pakistan, and these are poor people. They're not rich people, by the way. They might be, making some bread, or they might be making some pakoras or bhajiyas or samosas or whatever it might be. And the person, will go and buy a chapli kebab or something, and they say, "Oh, can I have one of these?" And then they'll take it. And then they say, they'll take out the money, and they say, no, you're our guest. And there are so many bloggers who've said that they won't let me spend any money here. I'm embarrassed to ask them for things because they just don't make me pay. Now, just imagine this, Brother Solomon. In Europe, in any of these Christian countries, so we're generous and love and charity and everything. Tell me something that you go into a shop and you ask for a cup of coffee or a cup of tea, or let's say you go into a Christian country where it's very high, local people, white people, and you're Asian or you're black, and you go there and you clearly are a foreigner. They know that you're a foreigner. You're not from here, right? And you ask them for a tea, and they're going to just say to you, no, you're our guest. You can have the tea for free. It's like it's not even. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even. People wouldn't even register such a thing.
It's not only that, Brother Abbas. Many of these countries actually don't have hotel services.
Yeah.
Because people host everybody. I mean, I remember when I was so part of my family comes from a certain district in Iraq. Basically, they're still too much tribal, in their conduct. And there is no hotel. This is the largest governorate in Iraq, called Anbar. There is no hotel, because as soon as you come into any city, any small village, people would realize that you are foreigner. You would have, people attacking you from right, left, and center. You are our guest. You have to stay the night with us today. So it's subhanallah. It's I think this speaks volumes. To your point, I was watching a lady a biker who was traveling in the Middle East, and I think she traveled as far as Kyrgyzstan now. So she went all the way from Turkey on her bike down to Iraq, Iran, and then Saudi Arabia to Kuwait, all the way back, and then Afghanistan. That was only like a few months ago. And every single city she would go to, she wouldn't pay a dime for food. I mean, it's really shocking. I don't know. People like to see what they like to see by the end of the day.
Yeah. Well, exactly. And what you find is, Imran, what you'll find is you'll have people looking down on these people because they think that because science and technology and tall buildings makes us superior, okay, I can shop at Selfridges, or I can shop at Harrods, or I can shop at these places. It makes me superior, right? But I always think to myself that if your level of courtesy and humanity and your love for your fellow person, and above all, Imran, I would say your respect for your parents, your respect and your service of your parents, if you can't even manage that, then all you have is material wealth, and material wealth can come and it can go, right? There have been many people in the past, whether in Africa, whether in Asia, who've been extremely rich countries, very rich countries, right? The richest man that ever lived was an African, right? He had more gold than Fort Knox, okay? The point is, wealth is not what defines, and technology and technological advances do not define the very essence and substance and quality of a human being, right? I mean, what do you think of that, Imran? I mean, for us, the emphasis is so much upon, your character towards one another, your servitude of your society, your people, and people as a whole, to be a mercy for the people, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So often we see that we equate progress with material progress within societies, or a dropping of moral standards within societies. We call this sort of progress, and the people with the material progress or the wealth will look at other societies around the world where there is less material progress and say, look, these are backwards, etc. And lots of people do this. But actually, what's missing here now, once we've separated ourselves from the human side of a society, the moral aspects, the social aspects of good character. And the Prophet, peace be upon him, said, we have to remember that I have not been sent except to perfect character. So that was, if you think about an underlying reason for the Prophet, peace be upon him, being sent, it was to perfect the character of the human being. But if you go to these societies, and I visit all the time, or actually not as often as I should, but I do visit, and what you find is that the hearts, the generosity, the humbles you. You just think, wow, you just look at people and you see, despite the maybe the material lack, the social and character lack, the social and character and the sort of the moral wealth, which is huge, and it is so huge that actually you feel that maybe this sort of it's rubbing off on me, that we think that what your value comes from are the possessions you have or the money you have, and the reality is it doesn't do that at all. And I think the one of the things that's happening, and we see this all the time, is that people are attaining wealth and they're miserable. We're talking about suicide. You see how many of these, just look at someone who's sort of very famous, but lots of people have done this. You look at what was his name? What was that guy who killed himself? The comedian Robin. So what was his name? I forgot his name now.
Robin Williams.
Robin Williams. He was funny, etc. Had all these, lots of fame, lots of money, married to a younger woman, etc. Everything, and killed himself because ultimately these things are not fulfilling, and there was some lack that wasn't being filled by these things. And I give that example because it just highlights that there is more to the human being than material wealth. And when you go to these societies, I mean, I very rarely see a movie about a village in Africa where there, or a some sort of recording about a movie of a village in Africa where they're, the kids are sort of going to school and they look really, they're smiling, and it's not that they're not having difficulty or they're not struggling, but in that there's something more that they possess that we don't have here in the West. And I think that is really, they have character, they have moral standards, they have a lot of some things that we can look up to as human beings. And we're missing that here. We're missing that a lot. May Allah make us all of better character. I mean, there's somebody in the background, but they haven't verified.
Yeah, Sunil, if you put your camera on, then we can get you on, and just verify yourself. And then we can always let you turn your camera off before you come on. But you do need to put your camera on. Without that, we can't get you on. Just Sunil, just give us a wave if you can, and just give me a thumbs up. Okay, you can turn your camera off if you want to, and we'll get you on. Welcome to the stream.
Thank you so much, brother, for getting me on the stream.
Not at all. Just tell us a little bit about yourself, Bidal.
I was just listening to all your the things we're talking about the tolerances and all. I just want to ask a small question. Do you have any idea about what happened to Kashmiri Pandits in India?
Why don't you tell us?
Do you have any idea?
Not specifically, but clearly
if you're referring to the movie that was made, is that what you're referring to? The Kashmir film, is that what you're referring to?
No, I didn't get you, sir. Can you come again?
Are you
please?
referring to the movie that was made in India about this?
No, it's not. It's just a movie. It's not the movie.
Yes, it's a movie, because there's a lot of propaganda in India about the supposed atrocities committed by Muslims. There's a lot of propaganda there. So why don't you tell us rather than asking us if we know about something that's happened in India? Why don't you tell us, brother?
Now, since you said it's a propaganda, then
yes, what I'm saying is
sure
that
you would be knowing the true
what
story.
I'm saying is, in India there is a lot of propaganda against Muslims, because you have a right wing, government.
Okay.
You have a right wing government that is headed by somebody who is personally involved in the killing of Muslims in Gujarat. That's the leader of your
really?
That's the leader of your government at the moment, and you have yes, you're not aware of that.
Okay, you continue. I'll respond.
Yeah, so there is a lot of propaganda that's spread about Muslims within India, and we see the effects of that already. Now, if you want to tell us something, maybe explain something to us, then that would be good. We can have a discussion. But I want you to understand that you have to bring evidence for the things that you're saying. Would appreciate that.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you so much. Do you know anything about the exodus of Kashmiri Pandits from Kashmir?
So you're repeating the question that we've already answered before. So why don't you explain?
So you do not know. So you do not know.
So do you know anything about the massacres in Gujarat of the Muslims too? Thousands of Muslim children.
Yeah, I do know.
You do know, yeah?
I do know that. Yeah.
Okay, so you agree this is a terrible thing and it shouldn't have happened. The police shouldn't have watched and waited and joined in with the attackers when they were killing and raping Muslims and killing them.
Oh, can you tell me the number of people who were killed? Let's stop there.
Yeah, I can. I actually had a worker who used to work with me. His name was Sunil. And I used to have a coffee shop at the time, and he's also Gujarati, and I'm also Gujarati, and I have family in Gujarat as well. And he confirmed to me, he's a Hindu, by the way, and he confirmed to me, a very honest person. I trust this person because I trusted him with my own business. I let him run my business at times where he was handling cash, and I trusted him because I felt this was a very trustable person. He was an honest person. Okay, and he was Hindu, and he said to me, I walked through those riots, I saw the bodies, and he said, but you could not step in to stop anything, otherwise they would kill you as well. That was
Who burned the train?
That was a direct eyewitness, and I have family in Gujarat. And not only that, but your current government.
Now, don't tell me you are the only one surviving.
Sorry, what was that, Sunil?
No, now don't tell me that you are the only one surviving.
What are you talking about? I live in the UK. I was
I
born
don't
here.
know. Yeah, you
It's
can come up with
interesting.
the point as well.
No, but it's interesting that you think
come.
it's funny
Yeah.
and you're laughing about it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is funny. It is funny. As funny as you're, telling to tell me the story. You don't
So
know.
you're gonna
what
tell
the
us a funny
is about.
story about Kashmir, aren't you? And Pandit.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
absolutely,
why
yeah.
should we? So Sunil, if you're gonna have a conversation on the basis of what you say is lies, I don't believe anything you're saying. And
Can
you
we
wanna
talk some
believe,
sense?
and 1 second,
Can we
let me
talk some
finish my
sense?
sentence. Finish my sentence.
Please do
Because
that.
you can't hear the sense unless you listen, isn't it?
Please do
You have
that.
to listen to hear the sense, right? Otherwise, everything will be
Definitely.
nonsense, isn't it?
Sure.
Yeah. So if you're going to be if you're actually a far right Hindu who believes in the caste system, that people are born and different, and then that the killing of these people is not a problem, or you believe that the Muslims are an existential threat to India, and you believe whatever was shown in a film about Kashmir fires about India and what happened in Kashmir, then yes, you're listening to propaganda and you have no idea about what's going on. Now, if someone is telling you that they have spoken to eyewitnesses of that time, and the Gujarat massacre is a world recorded by many people around the world, and there's no issues about this, what happened or not, and you want to deny that, and in fact you want to laugh about it, then that shows me that, forget having a conversation with sense. There's no humanity within this type of individual. If you don't care about the death of people, if you don't care about it. So if you tell me that some pundits were killed, I'd say that's a terrible thing. Nothing to do with Islam. That's a terrible thing. But you're laughing at the idea of deaths of Muslims.
So,
and this tells me about you is
can I answer?
I don't know where you are in your recycle of births.
Can I answer, please?
Well, I haven't finished to answer yet. I'm not asked you a question.
Okay.
So if I ask you a question, you can answer. So what I'm saying is your approach at the moment is like somebody who is already prejudiced and is someone who themselves is a hater.
I finished. Or should I wait?
When there's silence, that means
are you finished?
When there's silence, the person is finished. That's your cue
Okay.
to be able to speak.
Okay. I don't know. Stupid things happens.
Okay.
Can happen anywhere. Yeah.
It was very nice speaking to you, Bidal. I wish you all the best. And what I would say to you is, obviously you're a Hindu. We call you to worship nothing in the creation. Worship only the Creator who created the heavens and the earth. Don't believe in the caste system. All human beings are equal, and the only thing that differentiates them is their piety.
I have been muted.
So don't. Yes, I've muted you because you're being absolutely horrific in the way that you're speaking. I don't believe that there are people born from different parts of a God.
I don't
believe that there are people who are born from different parts.
What I'd like to do, Imran, what I'd like to do.
1 second, Abbas. Let me just finish the statement, then you can do that, because there's no point in interacting with somebody who is like this.
You didn't let me, bro.
It's better to just inform them of
you
the
didn't let me, bro.
we have, and then they can go and think about it. So I'm just going to tell you the disagreements I have. I don't believe.
And then you talk about.
I don't believe in that. The idea that people are different value depending on which part of God they are born from.
Oh my God!
Yes. So you have Dalits.
Please don't mute my mic.
You have. I'm muting your mic.
Please don't mute my mic.
I'll either mute you or remove you. It's up to you. What would you like me to do? Okay. So I don't believe in the caste system, which is an oppressive system upon the people within the country. And even now we're seeing that the caste system is causing significant disadvantage and significant problems.
Can you please reason enough to understand?
I'm talking. You can listen because you weren't listening before. And so the idea that I'm going to have a conversation with somebody who's being like this is, like you said, stupid things. Then why have a conversation? In fact, I think you should, go and have a conversation with someone who you don't think is stupid, right?
Can I have a sensible talk?
Yeah,
I don't know. Can you have a sensible talk?
You can have. Listen, you can have a sensible talk, but if you're going to come on here and say there's something happened to pundits in Kashmir, if something happened to pundits in Kashmir and they were innocent and they were killed, I don't care who killed them. I will condemn them. If they are completely innocent, we don't support this type of killing. We don't support this type of behavior.
Exactly. That needs to be discussed, right?
But when I mentioned to you about Gujarat, you started laughing like it's funny.
Should I reply? Or you're going to mute me?
Go ahead, make your
point.
Should I
reply?
What's your point? Go ahead and make your point if you have.
My point is that people you are differentiating between what happened in Kashmir and what happened in Gujarat are two different scenarios. Don't compare those scenarios, right?
Make your point, Sunil, quickly. What's your point? You said something happened to these pundits. What's your point?
My point is Islam killed those people staying in Kashmir.
Okay, give us the evidence.
The pundits,
Islam allows you to do that.
What kind of evidence would you require?
Well, you said Islam. You said Islam. So
what kind of?
I'm explaining it to you, so you have to listen. You mentioned that Islam killed those pundits. So I'm going to ask you directly now, where in Islam do you find the teachings that you're allowed to kill innocent people? And I want you to actually show me not only so I want you to show me where in Islam it allows you to kill innocent people. Please go ahead and show me the verse in the Qur'an or the saying of the Prophet, peace be upon him, where you're permitted to do that, where you're allowed to do that.
533.
I can't hear what you're saying. Speak up.
533.
533.
Right.
Okay, Quran 533. Let's get that up. But let's have a look at your argument.
He could read it to us if he's so knowledgeable about the Quran.
Let me share it so you can see. Yeah?
Please tell me when I need to speak.
Yeah, go ahead. I've got 533 on the screen.
So can you read it for me, please?
Indeed, the penalty of those who wage war against Allah and His Messenger and spread mischief in the land is death, crucifixion, cutting off their hands and feet in opposite sides, or exile from the land. This is the penalty. Is a disgrace for them in this world and they will suffer tremendous punishment in the hereafter. Okay, so explain that to me then.
So that is what's happened to Kashmiri Pandits.
So you're saying that this verse says that you can basically kill anybody. Is that what it's saying?
Anybody? As in, you can't kill a Muslim, otherwise you can kill anybody.
Is that what it says, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can read
532. Go to 532.
No, we're going to stick with this one.
Okay.
So, Brother Samad, this Indian chap Sunil is saying that this verse indicates that you can kill anybody.
Not anybody.
Any non-Muslim.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
And the explanation is given in the a verse before 532. You can just take it back.
I memorized the entire chapter,
Uh,
but you could tell us what it talks
Yes,
about.
just one back. It talks about love. No, just one verse back. 532. If you can go back.
What does it talk about?
I know. You just read it out. You find out.
No, I memorized the
About
chapter. I'm asking
fitna
you,
and
sir.
all.
I memorized the chapter, the entire chapter from
Oh,
start
yeah.
to end.
Okay,
So,
okay.
but I
Tell me.
want you to tell me how you understood this, because obviously, I mean, you're not a Muslim. I'm not expecting you to
Yeah.
know everything in the Quran. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You, on the other hand, could expect me to know much about the Quran if I'm propagating my
Absolutely.
religion. So that's a fair position to take.
Yes.
Now, what does it say, the verse before?
5. The humanity one. Humanity. If someone kills someone and
Yeah.
as if you're talking about the same verse, right?
Yeah, I'm asking you, sir.
Audience.
I'm asking you.
So what does it say?
No, I'm asking you. The question is to you. You shouldn't.
You're the one
reply
making the
to
claim.
Okay. You want me to explain this to you?
You're the one making the claim
Are you
about
sure?
the verse. Of course, we want you to explain it.
Yes, explain your position.
Okay,
you made the claim.
So 533 you just forgot. You
No,
didn't
it's not
explain with that.
forgotten. No, nothing's forgotten. You said
So
also
533 you
You
didn't.
said also 1 second. You said also 532. Now,
But
if you're making a claim,
533
1 second,
533
Neil,
didn't
calm
try to
yourself
explain.
down. So Neil, calm yourself
Yes,
down.
yes,
Have a
yes,
conversation. Have a conversation.
Yes, brother.
If you think, if you're making a claim about what the verse means, then you need to explain your position about what the verse means. So this is why we're asking you, what
So
is it
tell
that
me.
you understand from
Okay.
this reading this verse? Please explain.
Okay, let me break it down to you. Let me help you with your quest. Yeah, these non-Muslims you're talking about. Obviously, you claim that this is about non-Muslims.
My mic is muted. Why do you have to mute my mic, man? Come on.
We didn't mute your mic. We were waiting for you to talk.
Yes. No, my mic was muted. I was
Muting it and
speaking
talk.
for.
We asked you the question.
Please don't.
Give
Yes,
your
I
position.
was saying.
Give your position about what you think the verses mean.
Yes, I was about to do that, but when I started speaking, my mic is mute. Don't
It's
do
not
that,
muted.
please.
You're muting
Please.
yourself accidentally. Then just
No, brother. I'm not muting my mic.
Then speak.
I'm not.
Get to the point, please.
Yes, absolutely. So, brother was saying something. Can you please finish what
No,
you were saying,
we're waiting for you.
Sorry,
I and the brothers are waiting for you, Sunil.
Okay.
So just make your case. How do you understand the verse?
532. It says, can you please increase the size? Can you increase the size, please? That is why we ordained the children of Israel. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We're listening to you.
Children of Israel, that whoever takes a life, like whoever is killed, unless as a punishment for murder or mischief in the land, it will be as if they have killed humanity. And whoever saves a life, it will be as if they have saved all humanity. Although our messenger already came to them with clear proofs, many of them still transgressed through the end, through the land.
That's transgressed, not transcended.
Transgressed. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So there are 2 points here. What is the mischief to the land? Can you please explain?
No, you made a claim, so it's only fair that you make your claim based on evidence. Now, your evidence was hang on. Your evidence was chapter 5, verse 33. Now, we would like you to make the case. Convince us that Islam is actually what you're claiming to be.
what is in that same process? I would like to ask you a question.
No, you're not allowed to
What
ask questions.
is
If
I
the
want to
brother
ask
would allow me
questions.
to take
You
this
can say, yeah,
decisive
you can, no
position.
problem. So either say you don't know what it means, and then we can explain it to you, or if you think you know what it means, then you give the explanation. Very
It means
simple.
who? Yeah,
Why are
I'll just
you
try. I'll give it a
running
try.
away from a very basic point?
I am not running
There was
away,
some other
brother.
people to you.
I'm not running away. I'm not running away. Listen to me. This verse says that whoever people, there are three points here, right? One, you don't kill people. You're not supposed to kill people. Only the people you are supposed to kill is who transgress, who deviate from the Allah's thing, right? Allah, whatever Allah has said, from that the process, who has been deviated from the process, you just kill him. That is the fitna. Yeah.
Where is that? Nothing you've said is in the verse. Please show us where it's in the verse.
Can you read the verse again, please, for me?
This is your point that you're making.
Can you read the verse again, please, bro?
Sunil, when I say, for example, you stole my money, yeah, I'm the one who has the burden is on me to prove that, to present evidence. I can't just come and say, well, prove that you didn't steal my money, or tell me where were you like 2 hours ago. I can't say that because I'm accusing you.
That's not the point.
So that is the point. That is the core point of the discussion. Okay, hang on a second.
No.
You're
so
saying,
what is the verse saying? What is the verse saying?
You
what
can't ask me. You made a claim.
What is the verse saying?
Sunil, you have to listen, otherwise there's no point having this conversation. A conversation means we talk. You made a claim about what the verse means. You're saying that this verse somehow allowed Muslims to kill everyone who is not Muslim. You're making this claim. Now, if you're making this claim, you have to provide evidence of this.
Not in this one.
No, 33, the verse after it.
Not in this one. Not in this one.
The verse after it. So no, hang on a second. You claimed, according to 533 in the Quran, Muslims are allowed to kill any non-Muslim. Am I being unfair or misrepresenting your position?
Any non-Muslim, right? But who doesn't create a fitna, right?
Okay, so
in that case,
leave that aside because
if you're silent,
but just put it on the shelf for the moment. You made the claim that this verse allows Muslims to kill any non-Muslim, right?
So what do I put to the shelf?
About fitna.
What is to be? Okay, that should be put on the shelf. Okay.
So this
the
is
fitna doesn't come in. Okay, wait, brother. You want me to keep the fitna on the shelf, and your 532 says the fitna is the only reason why someone should be treated like this.
There you go. So it's a self-defeating argument.
Oh,
you responded to yourself. Yes, you responded to yourself. Whether you know it or not, I don't know, but you actually responded to yourself.
Tell me. You responded to yourself. Okay, let's. Can I read? Can we read? 530.
Before we get there,
my brothers, educated people.
Yeah, one second, Sunil. You are a Hindu, right?
No, I'm not Hindu.
Your name is Sunil, which is a Hindu name.
Yeah.
Are you denying that you're Hindu?
No, I'm Shinto.
What does Shinto mean?
Shinto, we follow religion from Japan.
Right. So were you Hindu originally?
No. We're always born in Shinto.
Okay. So do you think that Brahma is not God then? Yes.
Fuck Brahma. I don't know.
You don't believe in that? You don't believe in Brahma? Okay.
No.
Okay.
For Shinto.
So you believe in the Japanese Shinto? Yes.
Shinto. So how does that?
Okay, let's have a look at what the Japanese did in the Second World War.
World War?
Sorry?
Why are you talking about the World War?
No, what did the Japanese do in war about torturing people?
Stupid people.
Sunil, we really appreciate you.
So can we Can we
Yeah,
can we get
we'll
back
explain.
to
We'll explain for you.
can
So
we
you
get back to 532, please?
Yeah, we'll explain for you so you understand.
Can we get back to 533, please?
Can you be silent? We're going to discuss to you because you don't know what it means. So we're going to explain to you what it means.
So can I be there?
Sorry?
Okay. Okay.
You have to be quiet and listen because
So
you're
before you start, Imran, it's very interesting that you were so touchy about Modi and touchy about what happened in Gujarat by the Hindu, BJP and the RSS. You became very sensitive about that. Yet you claim to be Shinto, that you're not even Hindu. Very, very surprising, Sunil. Very surprising.
Oh, I'm glad he's denying his.
Yeah, very surprising. Anyway, Imran, make your point and let's get him off.
No, brother Sarmad, you were going to just explain rather than trying to engage with Sunil, who's not being very sincere. Why don't you explain to us what this actually is referring to? Because I think this is an important point. We can explain these verses, and whether Sunil agrees or not, it's up to him.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair. The verse has many.
Before you start, Brother Samad, people in the comments, please don't make anti-Hindu comments. We're not a religion of hate. We don't generalize. I don't want to say bad things about Hinduism or about Hindus. We don't do that in Islam. So if you're Muslim and you're making those comments, please don't do it. We want to remain respectful because our religion teaches us to be respectful. Okay, so please don't make those comments. Okay, Brother Samad.
Yeah, Jazakallah khair.
But Muhammad used to abuse.
Sunil, I'm going to give you one more chance to. Actually, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not going to. He's himself dropped out because he's not even backstage.
No, I've kicked him. This is unacceptable.
No. You might have kicked him, but he's actually not on. He's not backstage at all, so he's left completely.
Okay, this is fine. So I think this is the reality of the ugliness of the human being coming forward in terms of their hate for Muslims. The Muslims ruled India for 800 years. Is that right? Yeah. If the Muslims were systematically killing the Brahmins or the Pandits anywhere, there would be none left anywhere, because 800 years of rule would mean that there would be none left. And if the Muslims were forcing the people to become Muslims against their will, there would be no Hindus left after 800 years of rule. Exactly. And the fact is that even after 800 years of rule, Muslims were still the minority by less than 1/5 of the population. So these ideas are from a place of racism. People who are pretending, extreme RSS followers, BJP followers,
and you know what it is, Imran,
who inspired Nazism.
Yeah, not exactly.
Who inspired Nazism. These are the same followers who are now calling for the extinction of Muslims within this country, which is terrible because of what's happening. Yeah. And we know this because of what happened in Gujarat. This is one of the leaders of the country now, is one of those leaders who was personally involved in the massacre that took place in Gujarat in 2002.
Yeah.
And this is this is what we're seeing. Now imagine being a Muslim neighbor of this sort of person. You'd be in danger in that country if you were a Muslim neighbor of this person, because this person really, really despises Muslims. And this is the reality of Muslim life. And people talk about splitting India, this and that. Yeah, we can see why there were people that thought it was necessary, that to get the Muslims away from living in the state, because they banned the teaching, they banned the use of the Urdu language, they banned the teaching of Islam. You go now to certain places, you see the lynching of Muslims by Hindus. These far extreme Hindus, not all Hindus, many Hindus are wonderful people, but these extremists who are lynching Muslims on the streets. And they do this with the blessing of the local authorities that are there. And this person, unfortunately, is sort of reminding me of them.
And in fact, my people that I know in Gujarat were saying that the police would effectively be active participants to the genocide, to the killing. And over 1,800 people were killed. And he was the governor. Modi was the governor at the time. And he was so implicated in the massacre that the Americans and the British banned him from traveling into their countries. It was only after he got elected as prime minister that they had to weasel out and swallow their pride, and they lifted the ban because they banned him. Now, what these idiots want us to believe is that Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, all of the NGOs that were reporting on the issue, the BBC reported on the issue, there were countless other media outlets that reported on the issue. And I'm not saying that BBC is very trustable and we should believe everything they say. When you have an accumulation of evidence over so many different sources, and there was direct video footage of what was happening, okay? They were filming it, the attackers were filming what they were doing, and they were sharing it. And so these things were made public. So what these people, these fools want us to do is they want us to close our ears, they want us to close our eyes and close our morality from our hearts and pretend like these things didn't happen. Now, if they're so foolish to believe that nothing happened, then, you can live in delusion. What can I say? But we don't have to be part of that, thankfully. Now, he's arguing that in Kashmir or in India or anywhere else in the world, some Muslims did something bad. If they did, and they killed innocent people, okay? We don't accept that. We do not condone it. We do not excuse it. We do not celebrate it. We condemn any person who does that because this is not Islam. And Brother Samad, in particular, what does the Prophet ﷺ say about religious people, even in war? Even whilst you're in battle and in war, what does he say specifically about the religious clergy, the pandits?
Especially monks, especially monks, you shouldn't even harm them.
Right.
That's
the law, clearly.
And that's mentioned in Sahih Muslim, as far as I remember, and the one who was, relaying to the warriors, the Muslim warriors in the army of the Prophet ﷺ was our master Bidal bin Rabah from Ethiopia, from Abyssinia. May Allah be pleased with them.
Omi, you're going to be our last guest. If your camera on and identify yourself, I'll get you on. You can turn your camera off.
Explain the verses, brother, very briefly, just to clarify that for the viewers, inshallah.
No, so Jazakallah khair. So the verse has actually many aspects. There's a difference in opinion between amongst scholars whether it applies to Muslims or not, or exclusively non-Muslims. But the Sabab al-Tanzil, the reason for revelation of this particular verse was about the people from Uqayl and Uyayna, I think, one of these two locations near the Medina of the Prophet ﷺ. These people came to the Prophet and they witnessed that he was the Prophet of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, embraced Islam, and the Prophet ﷺ allocated or designated a place for them, with goats and sheep and whatnot. And of course, these cattle, they had a shepherd. So they went, killed the shepherd, stole everything, and went away. And this is not only spreading chief, because this was revealed to the Prophet directly. And you have somebody coming to the Prophet and say, I witnessed that is the Prophet of God. And then they betray the Prophet of God for just, like a couple of sheep. and not only that, they went and killed an innocent man. So if this is not justice being done onto these people who spread mischief, I don't know what justice is, to be honest. I mean, in any juridical system in modern day time, any murderer, at least in countries who actually allow like capital punishment, they would be killed.
100%.
They would be killed. So I don't see what the problem with that is.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, we're going to get our last guest on today. Omi, welcome to the stream.
Hiya, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear, Omi. Just give us a brief bio, who you are and where you're from.
Yeah, so I'm not going to go into too much for obvious reasons, but just in general, I'm someone from a scientific background.
Mm-hmm.
And you can say I'm a first immigrant living in the UK at the moment. So obviously you probably know it's from my accent. You can excuse the background noise. I'm currently at work as well, so
Okay.
you're probably going to be hearing a lot of that. But yeah, that's essentially it. By science background, I studied. Well, I don't want to be too specific, but let's just say I'm someone that studied a particular science degree.
Okay.
And that's I think that's probably it.
Sure. And what's your question or statement, or query, or a comment on the stream that we're having today?
Yeah, I'm not particularly too sure about the purpose, today's purpose of the stream. I don't know if it's
basically we're a non-Muslim. Today's topic, today's stream is for non-Muslims, and I don't think you're Muslim. Is that right?
Well, the thing is about that, right? I am someone that was raised as a Muslim,
Okay.
and I do have some beliefs, and I do have I do agree with some aspects of Islam, but then there's certain aspects where I don't agree with, or I don't see the logic behind it, right?
So let me just quickly clarify. So you're born in a Muslim family. You were brought up as a Muslim.
Yeah, correct.
And then there's come a point in time. When was that time when you perhaps stopped believing everything about Islam? And would you say that you're no longer Muslim now, but you hold some of the beliefs? What's your current position? And when did that happen?
So when it comes to when I kind of started asking questions or stuff like that, or researching for myself, I'd say it started about 2 years ago.
Okay.
And it's been kind of, I wouldn't say it's been consistent, obviously researching for my part, but essentially, every time I have a question, obviously I Google and everything, and I research these things. So it's not exactly like I don't believe that everything is wrong with Islam, right? There are certain moral guidelines I believe I do agree with, but there's others where I'm a bit confused. It's a bit arbitrary.
Okay.
So
let me just ask you a question then, because I think it's important to ask it.
Yeah.
Does the correctness of something become affected by our own personal subjective interpretations of those moral values?
Right.
Or are they correct in themselves if it can be established that they come from the Creator?
Right. Yeah, that's a good question. And to kind of preface that, I kind of have to say that I'm not asking a subjective moral question. So to kind of make my stance clear, I'm not going to kind of ask questions with regards to morality, because I know obviously there's a high degree of subjectiveness to it, right? But I'm coming from a more scientific, more empirical.
I understand.
Way. So essentially, just to kind of make it clear, obviously I know this is the end of the stream. I'm the last guest, so I'm going to make it as fast as I can, because I'm at work as well. So my question is pertaining to obviously Allah's existence, or God's existence, for those that are non-Muslim. And that's essentially my question. Because I am someone that kind of views things in a more empirical kind of way. So evidence-based, that sort of thing,
So the first thing is, the only reason I mentioned the moral side of things is because you mentioned it yourself.
Yeah, no, I did. Sorry, yeah.
That's okay. I mean, look, we're not going to hold you to everything you say, because it might not be what you meant, but that's fine. The other thing is that you've mentioned that you assess things scientifically,
right?
But the question of God Almighty, do you think it's a scientific argument, or is it more of a philosophical argument, or a logic-based argument, a deductive argument? Which one do you think it is? Because analytical and empirical relies upon observation and experimentation and repeatability, right?
Yeah.
Do you think that that's the right tool to assess the existence of a creator?
Right. I mean, the actual a lot of things with regards to religion, whether that's even when it comes to knowledge, and I forgot the exact word for it, but that goes under knowledge. It all goes under philosophy, right? However, we do have to kind of like I do have to kind of I do have to kind of agree to the fact that it's not essentially not everyone's going to have the same stance with regards to these things, right? That's why I've kind of gone ahead and chosen that stance of empiricism, as opposed to just kind of relying on other things like perhaps maybe morality and that sort of thing.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is that since you mentioned empiricism, and a scientific approach to analyzing the existence of God, I'm just asking you whether that's the right tool for the job, since empiricism and scientific endeavor relies upon observation and testability and repeatability, right?
Sure. I mean, with these claims that obviously I'm approaching it from a claims a perspective, right? There are certain obviously metaphysical claims I know that can't be proven. So essentially, I'm coming from a perspective where there are claims that that are made that are supernatural. These are claims that essentially we cannot prove, right? I'm using my guideline of, I won't say my personal guideline, because a lot of these people, even yourself, you might have this guideline. Perhaps maybe if I was to make a claim that I can fly, you would obviously want empirical proof of that, right? Because obviously it is an extraordinary claim. So my this thing I really like to kind of repeat. I forgot where it's from, but it's more towards the line of extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence or extraordinary proof.
So the point
if I was to tell you I can fly, you ask for proof.
But see, the difference between you flying, it's not a metaphysical claim. It's not a claim that by its very nature is hidden. It's something that can be witnessed, can be seen, and can be verified in that way. So to suggest that the existence of God should also be equal to, in terms of a visual confirmation, okay? I mean, do you think that's a fair way to look at it?
I mean, depending on how you view it, I feel like it could be a metaphysical claim, because I can just ask you to just believe what I'm saying as true, right?
We're not saying that. We're not saying that. So let me ask you a quick question then.
Yeah.
Let's say you're walking down the street and you see the charred remains of a building.
Right.
What would your assumption be as to what happened to the building?
Obviously there's been a fire. So essentially that could be one of my conclusions.
And how convinced would you be of that fact, that there must have been a fire here?
When you say charred remains, do you mean in terms of what? Sorry, like what? From what parts of the building?
Well, if you walk past, we all in the normative sense. If I said to somebody, I walked past a building and all I saw was charred remains.
Yeah.
I mean, that's quite self-explanatory.
Something burnt, right?
Yeah.
Something that's the most logical conclusion.
So you would be convinced of that fact despite not seeing the actual flames burning the building down, right?
Based on indirect evidence from the knowledge I have, yes. Obviously, so it's essentially evidence, pre-knowledge evidence that I have,
right?
That I know essentially charred substances or charred objects come obviously as a result of from a fire.
Totally agree with you. So there are certain things that you see consistently happening which indicate that this must have been a fire, and this is the effects of that fire, right?
Yeah.
So now, for example, you're a man of science, okay?
Yeah. My I'm not PhD level or anything. But undergraduate. So
you're undergraduate. I just have a GCSE or two in science. So I'm far below your capability on science. So let me ask you a question. Since you have studied science to undergraduate, bachelor's, can something come from nothing?
No, but you have to define what nothing means from you, right? Okay. You have to define what nothing means.
Okay, the absence of everything.
Then from my subjective opinion, then absolutely not.
Okay, so would you say that was a scientific opinion or just a subjective opinion that you've arrived at?
I'd say it's I say it's a bit of both. From what I've studied and from just obviously common sense, really. So you
Sure.
can't have nothing obviously come from nothing. There's got to
Okay.
be, you know.
So if something can't come from nothing, it has to come from something, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So the universe has to come from something.
I mean, in what regards? Are you referring to the Big Bang, or what came before it, or what caused it?
Well,
What's your
Well, the universe, matter, energy, everything that we have in the universe, it must have come from something, right? It can't come from nothing. It can't come from an absence of everything, right?
Yeah, it can't come from nothing. Yeah.
Okay. Can you have an infinite series of material somethings in order to give rise to this universe?
We can't prove that as scientists.
Can
At the moment.
you ever traverse an infinite series of anything?
So okay, so let me kind of quickly answer. I'm not diverting the subject, but I do have to kind of say that the physics that you're currently speaking on, they are quite different to the normal everyday classical physics that we currently use in science. So when you say when you use a contingency argument, you have to be aware that at the point of singularity, that's where essentially physics, our classical physics laws break down, right? And that's why essentially there's a lot of theories behind the origin of the Big Bang and everything, because no one can explain, or no one has there's no evidence of what caused the Big Bang, right? So we can't use our classical physical laws knowledge to kind of obviously make a stance on that, if that makes sense.
I understand, but you did agree that it is implausible to suggest that it came from nothing.
From our normal classical laws of physics.
Right. So, well, I think it goes beyond the classical laws of physics, because nothing is the absence of everything. No quarks, no quantum, no potential. Okay. And so it's quite a rational argument to arrive at that you can't get something if there's not even a potential for something to arise.
So
right?
your original question was, can something come from nothing?
Yes.
And my answer to that was no, right?
Right.
Your second question was, can there be infinite traversal of contingent things, right? That's a different question. So when you do ask the second question, it is gonna force me to kind of answer differently.
No, but it's related to where the universe came from, you see. Because if the universe came from something, that's
Not
something.
necessarily.
So you think the universe could have come from nothing?
I never said that, because okay. So for you to say that, for you to kind of link them, I'm not trying to obviously be rude, but it is a false equivalence, because you're essentially saying that because the universe, because from our classical laws of physics, we understand that nothing can come from nothing. Therefore, the ultimate question, the ultimate answer to that would be, it did come from something, and therefore, obviously, it's a necessary being, and that would be God, right?
Well, but you're jumping the argument. I'm just making the argument that the universe is something.
Right.
It has certain laws. It has certain
physical constants. Yeah.
Constants, physical properties. Okay.
Yeah.
It has mass and it has energy, etc., right? And you've agreed that it can't come from an absence of everything or anything, so it has to come from something.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about what that something is. You've jumped to God. You've jumped to the contingency argument. I'm just simply saying that it has to come from something, and that something is something in itself. Therefore, it requires an explanation, right? And you can't have an infinite series, because you can never traverse an infinite series of steps to get to this step of you and me talking. If there had to be an infinite number of steps previous to us speaking, we would never get to this step, because you can't traverse the infinite.
From our classical laws of physics.
Right, but that's all you have, isn't it?
That's what we have. We don't. No one can confirm with full certainty of what was what was before t equals 0.
I'm not talking about full certainty. I'm talking about going with balance of probability, inference to the best inference.
But we can't, because
that you can make with the knowledge that you have. If we start making arguments about potential knowledge that we don't have, then there is no certainty for anything. You can make up whatever you like then, right? You have to go with the principles that you have, that you've adopted, that you've accepted, that work. And everything that you see around you, just like you saw the charred remains of the house, every effect that you saw previously established that effect to you, then it seems consistent to apply that effect to the universe, right?
I mean, that's not how obviously science works, right? Science doesn't aim to obviously, just because we can't find the answers for this, therefore we have to use the inference to the best explanation, or I think that's what you mentioned. That's not how things are, done in science, because we might not have the answers. Just because we might not have the answers right now doesn't mean that we have to obviously use an inference for best explanation. A simple we don't know, or perhaps maybe theories of what could have happened, that's essentially how things are, unless there is full certainty of empirical evidence as to what would have happened at t equals -1, perhaps, maybe, or I don't know, anything that's before t equals 0, then obviously we would have had the answers by now. But there are other theories out there. There are quantum theories. There are ultimate, essentially infinite universe or multiverse theories. There are quite a lot of theories at the moment, but none that we can confirm with full certainty.
Right. So even the proponents of the cyclic model that you're referring to, they necessitate a beginning at one point. So even the cyclic is simply another contingent array or sequence of things happening, which require a thing preceding it. But in any case, I'm going to finish up on this. I'm going to let the other brothers come in, because I think I've spoken for quite a while. But science has certain philosophical axioms and underpinnings that it uses in order to evaluate all things. And one of those is philosophical naturalism. It adopts philosophical naturalism. In other words, everything has a naturalistic explanation. And even if it doesn't, then the I don't know simply has to be engaged. But right. it still has to be, by necessity, a material explanation. It cannot be a supernatural explanation. Okay, that's a has to be. It's not right. Might be, could be, should be. That is how it is. Now,
because
if you
we live in a naturalistic, we live in a naturalistic observational reality.
I understand. But if you use that tool that insists upon naturalism, insists that is the only thing that you have to assess things with, how can it ever arrive at the discovery of a supernatural being, God? Because even if all the evidence points towards it, it will simply say no. There has to be a naturalistic explanation. We just don't know it yet. I
mean, depending on what evidence there is, if we would have had it by now, there are. It's not like if there is absolutely insurmountable evidence of God's existence. It's not like scientists will just quickly decline that, whatever reason for that would be, right? It's if there is proof of God's existence, it will just be unanimous, and it will just be clear, right? We don't have evidence of this. That's why we're basically going off of reality, right?
But that's what that's what I just explained to you.
Yeah.
Even if the evidence points towards, like, for example, I think it was Alexander.
What evidence? Give me an example.
Alexander Valenkin, I think it was, who talked about the first phases of the expansion of the universe. Where I think, is it Alexander Valenkin, Imran, who talks about the universe going through fast and then slow entropy, and he talks about it as if like something, the hand of God or something, because it shouldn't have happened.
Hyperinflation of the universe, I think.
The inflation of the universe. Okay. Yeah, and it's inexplainable how this could have happened. However, of course, science are going to say there has to be a naturalistic explanation, even though we can't explain it, right? But anyway, I think I've spoken for quite a while, but I think Dr. Imran or Brother Sarmad, please do come in there.
Brother Sarmad, please feel free, and then I'll have a quick conversation afterwards, inshallah.
So, sorry, what could I call you, Brother A?
Just call me, just call me A.
Yeah. Okay. So, Mr. A, you said that you are into science and empirical evidence. And I find it a little bit bizarre, to be honest, that we use a model that already presupposes the non-existence of God and use that model to defy the existence of God. It's a circular argument, brother. It doesn't work like that.
Could you explain? Sorry,
because as brother Abbas already explained to you, the naturalistic model necessitates a naturalistic reason. It already says that there is no unnatural cause of the universe. Now, this is already biased from the get-go. You're already saying that I would never accept anything supernatural or unnatural. It has to be natural. Now, when you're saying that, I'm not expecting you to be able to prove the non-existence of God, because you already came from that position. You already presuppose that God does not exist. So you can't use science to say that God does not exist, because it would be a secular reasoning. As if I would say that A is not listening to my argument. And what is my reason for that? Because I already know that he doesn't.
Okay, so let me quickly explain. So my stance is right. I can't prove God doesn't exist. Right, I'm not making that claim. My argument is we just don't have the necessary evidence, or perhaps the sufficient evidence of God's existence. Right, I'm not saying God doesn't exist.
Sorry to interrupt you.
I'm not saying God. I'm not taking a scientific. I'm not taking a scientific approach.
What I'm
technically
saying,
I am, but I'm just saying that's not my claim. My claim is I don't have any sufficient. We don't have any sufficient evidence.
You don't have any evidence based on what? That's the question. What model are you using for evidence? You're using the scientific model, aren't you?
Well, what other model could we use, brother?
You could use the deductive reasoning.
I mean, that's not how. Sorry, I don't want to. I know it might appear I'm coming off of passive aggressive or rude. I'm not. This is just me. This is just the way I talk. We are currently talking in realities, right? So to go into deductive reasoning, that can only take you so far, right? We obviously, as you don't even have to be a scientist to know that deductive reasoning isn't sufficient, isn't sufficient enough, right? And also just to kind of
all kind of evidence you have within the scientific model, are they based on an inductive or deductive reasoning?
Well, it's a bit of both, isn't it? And no, it does. Sorry, it does. Let me quick. Yeah. So it does vary on what you are trying to kind of investigate, right?
Okay. So what's your understanding? What's your understanding of deductive reasoning?
So are you asking what my understanding is?
Yep.
Deductive reasoning is essentially a 3-step. I think is a 3-step. Sorry, I can't explain it right now.
Okay,
but yeah, it's essentially.
Let me share with you my position.
Go on.
Let me explain to you my position. I might be wrong, and the brothers could correct me on it. So to me, deductive reasoning is reaching a conclusion when you have all set of data about the observation, all set of data. You're not leaving anything out. Okay.
So deductive, if Imran, correct me if I'm wrong, deductive argument is where your premises are true, are certain, and therefore the conclusion is certain.
Yeah. So if all A's are B, and you have something called C, and you say C is A, then C is also B. That's a deductive argument. So your premises that give you a conclusion.
Yeah.
100%, if the premise is applied, the conclusion is correct.
Is correct.
Without
that's only true.
Yeah.
That's only true if we have all set of data available.
Yeah, the premises must
Yeah.
apply.
The premises
Inductive
must
reasoning
apply.
is generalizing from a small sample to a large sample.
Exactly.
This is inductive reasoning.
So if
But
you
wouldn't that be more of a
hypothesis,
then?
if you said every time I step out of the house,
Right.
and the sky is black, it is raining, okay. And then if I say I stepped out of the house and I saw the sky was black, it would be deductively certain that it was raining. Sorry, you would say that it is raining. Every time I walk outside and the sky is black, it is raining, okay? And then I walk outside and I see that it is raining, then the sky has to be black. That's a deductive argument.
And obviously, I'm not too well. You're gonna have to, Also, you're gonna have to excuse me. I'm not too well in, philosophical terms and concepts.
But
I do understand these are quite basic concepts. I do understand that, but
what Brother Sarmad is trying to explain is that this type of reasoning is what science is based upon. No. It's an underlying. So inductive reasoning, for example. So for example, if you say that all birds lay eggs, pigeons are birds, the conclusion is that pigeons lay eggs. There's no way to get around that. This is just a deductive argument.
Right. Sure.
The inductive argument is I've taken 20 samples of swans and they're all white. Right. Therefore, all swans are white. This is a scientific approach. I've done 20 experiments, and every time I do these experiments, water boils at 100 degrees. Therefore, then this is now the induction. It's this generalized. The small sample set is generalized. Therefore, water boils at 100 degrees, and this is generalized. So that's the underlying scientific. So, if you ignore the philosophy underlying the science, and this is just one of them, there's another even more profound one. Yeah. You actually don't get what science tells you. Definitely, it doesn't tell you certainty. But Brother Sarmad, please carry on.
So this was my first point, brother. If you're basing it on an inductive reasoning, this is what you're doing right now. You're basing it on a certain set of observations. Now, I'm not saying that your observations are wrong. What I'm saying is that the model that you have, where all these observations are being analyzed, is already presupposing the non-existence of the unnatural, or the non-existence of the supernatural, and to be more accurate. And this is already what we call. Let me bring it to you, and let me put it in another way. So you know that one of the things we do in science is to minimize or mitigate the confirmation bias. Yeah, because when you have like a high probability of confirmation bias, this would be a good reason for anybody doing critique of your scientific approach or of scientific work to basically reject it based on the degree of high probability of a confirmation bias. Now, this is not even confirmation bias. This is the entire model built on rejecting the supernatural. So you would be 100% rejecting, this probable, or let's say possible, conclusion that there is something outside this universe that brought it into existence, which you are rejecting. Now, this is one contention to it. The second contention is that we ourselves, people who are into the scientific, appreciate the scientific approach as a model to do most of our conclusions, or to come to most of our conclusions, we do accept certain mythologies. Let me put it this way, because there is no other way to put it. It is, by the scientific standard, a mythology to accept that the particles of energy, meaning photons, traveled at 10 to the power.
Sorry to kind of interrupt. Photons are light particles, so they're not energy particles.
Oh, sorry, so they're not particles, but anyway, the photons. Let's agree to that, because they could conduct themselves as particles as well sometimes. But anyway, that's not the point. The photons, they traveled at a speed 10 to the power, I don't know, zillion, something more than the speed of light.
Sorry.
During the first 300 seconds, I think, was it?
No, so it's speed. Sorry. Light particles travel at a rate of I think it's 180,000 miles per second, right? And that's the light. That's how they kind of measure.
No, but
that's the speed of light.
do you know what I'm referring to, brother?
No, so you mentioned you kind of you differentiate between photons and light speed. Photons are light particles, so essentially they're the same thing.
You rejected me calling them particles.
No, photons are light particles. So
okay.
you
we
mentioned as if they're two different things.
Okay, but we agree that the current model that we have today, the most valid one anyway, the most accepted one, which is the what do you call it, the Big Bang,
right?
It necessitates that light particles traveled more than the speed of light by zillions and zillions and zillions of times in order to make the math work. Otherwise, the entire model of the Big Bang theory would collapse. The math wouldn't work.
No. Okay, let me kind of, I don't know how to put it this way, but what you're saying essentially is, right, I know where you're going. You're going to the fine-tuning argument, but you're making...
No, I'm not going there. No, I'm not going there, brother.
I know, but you're making a scientific error, like, in what you're saying.
Hang on. Let me get to the point, yeah? My point is, we accept the Big Bang theory. I'm not saying it's wrong based on that. But it is really... it needs some further contemplation, because if we as people into the scientific realm, and we appreciate that, and we accept that, well, there has been a point in time after T0, yeah, where the particles of energy traveled at zillions and zillions and zillions of the speed of light in order to make the math work during the first 300 seconds of the age of the universe. That's what is called the hyperinflation of the universe. Without the hyperinflation, the entire math would collapse. This model would not be valid anymore. Do you agree or disagree on that?
So, well, what's your claim? I don't understand. Sorry, what's the claim?
It's a question first. Do you agree on that, the hyperinflation of the universe, or do you disagree?
Hyperinflation of the universe, yeah. So the universe went through a inflationary phase. So it expanded.
Expanded at what speed?
At a very high rate of speed. I can't give you the numbers right now, but it's
okay. So 10 to billions and billions and billions of the folds of the speed of light. Correct? What the number that I have?
That's not.
Yes, it is.
That's incorrect.
Yes, it is. No, it's not incorrect. That is actually
10 to the billions of billions of 10 to the power of billions of billions.
Yeah, billions and billions and billions of the speed of light during the first 300 seconds of the age of the universe after the Big Bang. Otherwise,
right, I don't know the numbers, but let's say you're right. Let's say you're right. What's
Okay, so this is the problem here. The problem is that we accept certain things that are unnatural, because anything traversing or exceeding or coming past this limit of speed, we accept that this actually during a certain time in the universe that we live in happened, which is an unnatural thing. It doesn't align with the universe that we know. But we still accept it. We still accept it as blind faith. And I'm not saying it's wrong. Again, it could have happened. Yeah. And I have no contention against it. My contention is we're being inconsistent once we say that, no, it has to be within the scientific realm. It has to be according to the scientific approach. It has to be according to the foundations, the 6 axioms of the scientific method. It has to be. Otherwise, anything that is not aligning with this scientific model, we reject. Because why? Because it's alluding or appealing to the supernatural.
So let me get this straight, right? And let me quickly get this straight. So essentially, what you're saying is, what you're inferring is, because the number seems quite substantial to you, therefore it's unnatural.
No, I'm saying that because it is conceptually it opposes or defies the laws of physics as we know them today. That's why I have a contention with anybody saying that there is nothing supernatural. Because we
What laws
accept,
of
both
physics
you and I,
does it? You
brother,
understand?
anything that defies the laws of physics is supernatural. Do you not agree?
There's different laws of physics. There's classical physics. There's quantum mechanics. There's different laws of physics. There isn't just one unanimous.
There are two laws. There are two laws of physics, and the rest are called theories now. Even the nomenclature has changed. But anyway, we're not going to contest that. You and I both agree that there was a period during the time of the universe that was called the hyperinflation of the universe.
Yeah, but
we agree on that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing, by the way. I am being more consistent than anybody else who actually rejects the supernatural based on the natural method or the scientific method, because I'm taking the scientific method wholeheartedly. I'm taking every single item of it, every single presupposition or like claim it's making, and I'm saying, okay, fine, I have no problem with it. I will accept the hyperinflation of the universe. But what you're saying, on the other hand, not you in person, but people who reject the supernatural based on the scientific method, what they do is being inconsistent, because on the one hand, they accept a supernatural phenomenon that lasted for 300 seconds during the time of the universe, the early age of the universe. Yeah, they accept that, which is supernatural in and by itself. And then they say, well, I reject God, or I reject anything that is supernatural because it's inconsistent or it's not complying with my scientific method, which is inconsistent.
Right. Okay. So yeah. So I understand what essentially what you're trying to say. I just have to disagree, because you would have to define what unnatural is, right? Just because essentially it's a number that perhaps that may feel unnatural to you, it well coincides with our current laws of physics.
That's not according to me, brother. I'm not saying
but you're not
according to me. It's unnatural according to the laws of the universe as we know them today. Are you saying that there is a possibility that for any particle within the universe, there's still a possibility for a particle to exceed the speed of light?
Sorry. Before I answer that, you said it's unnatural to you. So can I just quickly ask, what law does it go against?
I have to reiterate, it's not unnatural to me.
You said it's okay. You said it's unnatural, right? So what law does it go against? That go against the naturalistic laws that we currently have at the moment.
I don't know. I'm not a physicist. I'm not an astrophysicist.
So you said it's unnatural.
As far as I know, it is not compliant with the mathematical calculations according to all the models that we have today. We can't presuppose. So, say for example, the Big Bang Theory. That's one. The general relativity. That's two. The M model, even the what do you call it? The string theory model. All of them do not presuppose that you could actually exceed the speed of light.
Sorry,
none of them makes that claim.
Sorry, are you making a claim that the fact that the speed of light and essentially the speed of light and the hyperinflation model the fact that it goes against all the laws that you've currently stated? And by the way, those are not laws.
I'm not saying laws. I'm not models. I didn't
models.
Say
yeah, they go against those models, right? Is that essentially what the claim you're making?
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately, bro, that's I would have to disagree with that.
And, okay, that's fine. Let's disagree. But do we agree? Do we agree that no particle? Okay, that's fine. We could disagree. Do we agree that no particle could exceed the speed of light?
Currently, the fastest measurement is the speed of light. As far as I know.
Conceptually speaking, could we make a calculation? Could we make a calculation about any event within the universe, the tangible and beyond? Yeah. Could we make any calculation about any particle, whether that particle is big or small, and presuppose or suggest or base the calculation on a speed that is exceeding the speed of light, twice the speed of light or 3 times the speed of light. And this is how I measure a certain galaxy, for example.
I mean, based on the maths they used, yes, but again, no one was there at the point of singularity, right? We know from science that essentially it was infinite temperature, infinite pressure. Now you could say that, okay, we currently haven't experienced any infinite pressure or any infinite temperatures, right? There's no empirical evidence of this, but this is just essentially the maths behind these theories, right?
So,
And
let me rephrase the question.
It's a unanimous consensus, scientific
Let me rephrase
consensus.
the question, brother. Let me rephrase the question. Maybe I was a little bit ambiguous or unclear with my question. Could I make any measurement about any particle traveling distances, and would it be accepted if I would suggest that a certain particle was traveling twice the speed of light in the universe we know today?
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, right now in this point in time, I could be wrong, but there is no object currently that goes faster than the speed of light. But then again,
brother, what are we disagreeing about?
One sec. No.
Because when you say that, as far as you know, I want what you know. I don't want to.
Okay.
I'm not asking ChatGPT. I'm not asking like a computer. I'm asking you as a person who's into the scientific realm, obviously more educated than I am on this particular subject. I'm a doctor myself. I'm a physician. I'm not a PhD in astrophysics, physics, or any of that sort. But I have some very superficial reading about the subject, to be honest with you.
I mean, to be quite fair,
but I'm asking you as a person who seems to be more educated than I am.
No, I mean, I highly disagree. I think you're more educated.
No, I'm being honest. No, I'm being honest. I'm not being humble. I'm being honest with you. I'm not educated on the subject. All I read was like a couple of probably 3 books. That's all I have read, and some lectures here and there. But we're not talking about me anyway. The discussion at hand is: could we make any calculation? Would it be accepted? Well, we could. Of course, we could do anything. But would it be accepted within any scientific forum? Would any journal accept a paper where the calculations are based on twice or 3 times the speed of light?
I mean, based on the current sciences of a specific time or a specific point in time, right? As I previously mentioned, the physics at that time, especially at the point of singularity, they were quite different, right? So you could mention during the
brother, you're missing the point.
No. Let me.
You're agreeing with me now. Both you and I accept wholeheartedly that the laws of nature, they, how do you say, they basically they broke loose, and they didn't comply with the laws of nature, basically. And I have no problems with it. But my problem is that when we say this is not something that is accepted today according to the scientific method, why wouldn't you say that, well, it could be caused by a supernatural being who actually allowed these circumstances to take place, who allowed this, what they call the soup of the universe, I think they call it, during the first 300 seconds. Why don't we accept that there is the supernatural being that is actually causing the dark matter to hold the universe together in a certain way that allows for the distancing between galaxies in a symmetrical manner, so they don't lose their coherence, basically, so that the universe wouldn't be ripped apart? Why don't we accept that this universe as we know it today is based on the structural unit of the universe, which is the proton, for any material, is a self-decaying particle? It is a decaying particle. Have you ever heard about the the Tokyo, I think they call it the Mountain of Fiji experiment. Have you ever read about it?
Maybe you can educate me. I don't know.
Okay, so basically what they did was to avoid any sort of cosmological radiation, yeah, and they made a calculation based on observing the H2O, and they calculated the age of protons, which is 1/10⁻33, I think. So after this much of years, half of the protons you have in this universe
will have decayed.
Disappear. Poof. They would just, non-existent anymore. There's no proton. There's no way for you to bring them back. Now, the question is, how is this universe eternal? If it's built on decaying particles, how is it eternal?
So, I mean, there are quite, like I said, there are quite a lot of theories out there, right?
I'm not positive. This is
no. I know. These are. No. I do understand. Let me quickly make. Sure. Let me quickly make my point, brother. So essentially, my position is right. These current scientific discoveries that we currently have now, they are grounded in empirical research. So essentially, empirical evidence that what you deem is unnatural, right? These are things that are grounded in our reality, right? So for you to say that, why do we believe, these statistics or these numbers and not apply the same logic towards God, is because there isn't any kind of direct evidence of God, right? God is something of the metaphysics within this supernatural realm. We cannot prove God's existence, right?
No, we cannot disprove.
Furthermore, we cannot even, as scientists, we can't even prove anything.
You can't prove or disprove God's existence. We agree on that.
We're sort of already quite over the time.
So we just quickly interact
the stream 40 minutes ago. But what I'd like is just Dr. Imran to very quickly come in there, if that's okay, and we'll finish the stream then. Dr. Imran, is there anything you want to quickly add?
Yeah, of course. So it's interesting for you. So I just want to understand from you a couple of basic things. Do you think that deductive reasoning, inductive reasoning, abductive reasoning, these are all valid ways of justifying belief or not?
Well, yeah. So I do believe these are all valid. However, I don't believe that they are the end all be all, right? What do you mean
by not end all be all? What do you mean?
Right. Okay. Yeah. So if I quickly explain, I haven't delved into philosophy for quite a while now. So I'm a bit embarrassed that I've got half of these terms. But essentially, what I just to kind of put my claim forward again, my claim would be there isn't any kind of evidence or perhaps maybe any proof of God's existence. Therefore, and also there isn't any compelling proof of any spiritual claims. That's essentially why I don't.
Do you believe in gravity?
Do I believe in gravity? Yeah, well, I don't believe in gravity. I experience gravity, so it's not something I believe in.
The gravity. What is gravity? Do you believe in what that thing is?
It's a concept essentially that explains the forces.
So 1 second. We're dealing with real world empirical data.
Yeah.
I don't want you to provide me with. So just try and understand the point that I'm making, because it's not necessarily about the science, but it's about what you think the science might be telling you. So you said that gravity is a concept.
Yeah, it's a scientific concept that is basically explains how we experience the forces behind how certain objects move.
Okay, so what's the empirical evidence for gravity? How can I measure it empirically? How can I measure it?
So we have the gravitational constants.
That's something someone's thought up.
Well, sorry, most concepts are something they are explanations of how people have that could be applied to every term.
I understand. I'm glad you said that, because that's the point. The science explanation, i.e. the model,
Right.
is an explanation of the effects that are observed in the experiments, whatever experiments that you're making. So no one sees gravity; they see the effects of gravity.
Yeah, I never said that. I agree with you.
I'm clarifying. I'm glad. So I want you to understand that. Therefore, the explanation provided for however gravity may work, depending on. I mean, we're getting all this from this brother here. Always the same. So, curvature of space-time, two matters coming. Whatever explanation is given, this is a superimposition of reasoning and logic on top of the observations, right?
Well, yeah, the observation which lie in naturalism, essentially.
You're not seeing the thing. You're not seeing gravity.
You don't have to see it.
Absolutely, you don't have to see it, but you can experience it. You can explain the concept. Your observations can lead you to understand that the gravity exists because you see the effects of gravity, right?
We see the effects of gravity.
So how are you bridging? Okay, I understand. So the question is, because we agree, I don't want to waste time on where we agree.
Yeah. So let me clarify quickly. So we can experience the effects of gravity, and we can actually test the effects of gravity. So not only can we observe, we can also test, and we can find reproducible, conclusions from these tests.
Yeah. So gravity is ever persistent. So, i.e., the effect of gravity is ever persistent. Yeah. In a uniform universe, you can see the effect of gravity wherever you want to measure it, right?
I don't know how far you want to take it, but as far as I'm concerned, yeah. So the gravity works differently in different areas of the universe.
Yeah.
But so I'm not. Let's just say Earth, for example.
No. Wherever you go, we understand that there is this concept that we are trying to explain using logic and rationality.
Yeah.
But the point here is that when you're doing science, there's something like you called it pre-theory earlier. Yeah.
Right, which is a hypothesis or a preliminary.
That's right.
Yeah.
So we make an assumption of the model of how the world is, and then we test it, and then we build a conclusion on if that model is valid or not.
Sure.
Okay. So science gives you models of how the universe works, right?
In a way, yeah.
No, that's all it does. It gives you models of how the universe works.
I mean, I don't have. Let's just agree. Let's just agree to.
No, there's no agreeing here, brother. If you don't understand, so science does not give you certainty at all. Science only. I'm laying out the because this is the problem here is that, and I'm not trying to trick you or anything. I'm just giving you a straightforward explanation. So the problem here is, I think that you're falling into this thing called scientism. I don't know if you come across that before. Not science, but scientism. And what scientism is that the only way to know truth is through science. Now that is actually it's a false position. It's a fallacy, and that arose from the 1920s and 1930s from people who were a part of this group that were actively rejecting religion because religion and science had severe interactions with each other, where in the West, where the religion was oppressing the scientists.
Do you believe science? Do you believe math is a form of science?
No. Science is dependent upon maths.
Okay, sure, it's dependent upon math.
Math is not science, brother.
Sure.
Math is not science. Math is not science.
Okay, sure. Sure. That's that. I'm asking you that. So, do you believe that there are absolute truths?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What would you? What examples of absolute truths would you, apart from religion, right? Do you have any examples of absolute truth? Because I can give you my absolute truths, and
give me your absolute truths.
Right. Okay. So there are mathematical truths that are absolute truths. By example, 1 + 1 is 2.
That's you understand. This is non-scientific.
Yeah, I do understand, but I'm saying these are absolute truths.
So even if the universe didn't exist, 1 + 1 would be 2, right? You get that?
That's a error. It's not. You're asking a question if the universe didn't exist.
Would 1 + 1 still be 2?
If the universe didn't exist, there wouldn't be a universe, right?
No, I'm not asking you about the universe. I'm
So
saying if the
that's a
universe
highly
didn't
philosophical
exist,
question.
maths is a form of language. It's a logic. It's logic.
But it's not.
It's not scientific. It's not scientific.
Conceptual description. It's not
But-
scientific.
So let me just try it, because I think we're getting sort of lost in the weeds a little bit. So just to try and understand. So there are consequences to having this concept of scientism. So if you believe the science is the only way to know truth, you're bound into naturalism, because science is based upon nature. There is no evidence that would be sufficient, no evidence that would be sufficient to lead to a supernatural conclusion. None. Because the basic underlying fundamental principle of science is, one is naturalism, only the natural world exists. And the second thing is that there are no non-natural explanations. All explanations must be natural. So then if you're using, this is what Brother Abbas was saying earlier, that if you're using science to try and explain something that's outside of nature, it's the wrong tool. It's like using Abbas in the past has given an example of a banana to hammer a nail. It's the wrong thing. But there are consequences of this position as well. So let me just give you something to think about. You believe that you can control a train of thought?
No, that's something that falls outside of my so I can't. I can't. No.
You can't control a train of thought.
A train of thought. Well, I can try, but certain times I can, certain times I can't.
No.
So
do you have any ability to control your thinking?
In certain aspects, yeah, but not 100%.
Okay,
fully.
Explain to me how you have the ability to control your thinking.
To control my thinking. So when
I'm not tricking you, I'm just let me lay it out for you so you understand where I'm coming from. The universe runs according to certain natural laws. We've discovered some still to be discovered. Okay, there is nothing that interacts within the universe that acts outside of the laws, discovered or undiscovered. The results that we see in the universe are because of the interactions of these laws of interaction. Okay, any effect that we're seeing, gravity, your thinking, everything else, is because of these predetermined interactions that happen in a predetermined way because of these laws of nature. Your thoughts are a product of something within this universe. Therefore, your thoughts must also be something that are predetermined, and therefore you have no way of controlling your thinking. Okay. So you think that you're thinking, but the reality is that you're not thinking.
I'm not. Great. Okay, yeah, sure. I'm not controlling the ability to think. That's essentially what you're saying.
No, that's the position that I'm providing. What do you think? What do you think about that?
Yeah, I agree. Essentially, what you're saying is you're going towards the route of predeterminism, right?
No, I'm saying that if you have the position that the natural world and natural laws is the only thing that's actually in existence, and everything interacts according to these laws, then the effects are also because of the interactions that are happening. Your thoughts also fall into that because it's an effect that we see in the universe.
The thing is,
that means that you cannot actually have a thought process. So all of the logic and the thinking and the science and the studying, you didn't arrive at atheism. You had no choice.
I mean, everything is determined in a way, right? So I can agree with you with that regards. Everything is determined. If I was born and raised in a certain country, there is a high likelihood I would be, a different religion.
No, you're confusing two arguments, brother.
Right.
You're confusing two. I'm not in your paradigm, in your worldview. Everyone in the world, wherever they're born, whatever they do, whatever changes they make to their beliefs, whatever it is, this is all predetermined. They had no ability to do any other thing.
I think what brother
I mean,
Amran's trying to tell you.
In a way, yeah.
Hey, just to break it down to you, what Brother Amran's trying to tell you is that since everything is a consequence of a certain reaction that preceded this, like the result, then your thoughts and your existence is just a natural outcome of whatever came before it. And hence, since you are, influenced by everything around you, then everything you think is just a natural outcome of whatever is influencing it. You have no role in this life at all. You're just a mere product of whatever is around you.
So I agree with the main. Sorry, I agree with the main argument. Sorry, I've got a cold, guys.
No worries. Are you you're still with us? Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. So what that means is, what that would mean is
that conclusion, that inference you're making, therefore, you are nothing.
You're
I heard the
nothing.
brother.
You have no ability.
Yeah.
I mean, you have no role in controlling your thoughts. Don't be so pedantic when I'm speaking to you.
Yeah. So when you put it that way, yes, right? I agree, because I don't believe in the opposite of what you just mentioned. So from that logic, I can agree.
You can't believe in the opposite of anything that you're thinking. You didn't even decide to come on this call, Mello.
Now we're just being highly philosophical.
No, but this is the whole point. The point is the opposition means the words that you've just said to me 30 seconds ago, you had no choice but to say them.
You're misconstruing choice.
The coffee that you had this morning or the tea, there was no other option because everything is a consequence of the previous interactions. Now, there's only one way out of this being. But
you're misconstruing. You're making a false equivocation, because you're essentially saying because due to the chain reaction of my existence and my thoughts and me not being able to kind of construct my own thoughts, therefore I have no essentially autonomy of my choice.
I'm saying even more than that. I'm saying that there is nothing in the universe that you've conceived, in the universe that you've conceived, nothing that can happen other than the way it happened. You have no choice. Even your thinking. So you didn't become an atheist. That was from the Big Bang to now. That was inevitable.
Well,
you're just
the thing is, you're right, Kate. Your logic, I agree with your logic, but the way you're presenting it, it's like I have no, I had no choice. You're using
you have no choice in your paradigm.
Sure, but we have something called I can't now. There's this specific word I have in mind, but it's essentially we believe that we may have choice, or we may have free will in our decision making, but essentially everything that's led up to this is my personal opinion. Everything that's led up to this moment in time has determined what an individual.
Brother, you can't see if we're having the paradigm of empiricism and evidence,
right?
You can't bring a personal opinion in. So I agree with you that definitely I'm able to think and have my own thoughts and make my choices, but my paradigm is different. I don't believe in a restriction to the natural world. I don't believe in that restriction. Now you have a restriction. This is what empiricism does to you. You are restricted only to this paradigm of the natural world and natural processes.
Your logic goes against you as a Muslim.
Tell me.
Are you familiar with the concept? You are familiar about Lawh al-Mahfuz?
Yes.
Sure. And could you explain, just for the viewers, what that is?
Yeah. So there's it's essentially an eternal tablet that has everything written on it that will ever happen.
Right. Okay. And this was before the creation of everything, right?
50,000 years before the world was created, universe was created.
Great, brilliant. So, because all of that is predetermined, you had no choice in your life's outcome.
No, this is a non sequitur. It doesn't apply.
No, it does, because
therefore
you don't have.
Before we move on, I think we're having some difficulty. I understand. Imran, just one point. Imran raised a point to you, and so did Brother Samad, that all the effects are related to the first domino, which is the beginning of the universe, the Big Bang. Okay, and then there were just a series of dominoes, series of effects that resulted in actions that were preceded by what came before it. They were not controlled. They were not altered. They were not able to be altered. And I think the case has been made not only by Imran and Samad, but even if you look at Sam Harris believes in the same thing. He says that, look, there's no escaping it. You, as a person who is shackled purely to science, you have no choice but to accept that every action, every photon, every neutron, every quark, every everything that fires in your brain is simply related to an action that came before it, and it's a reaction to that action, and you have no control. Now, this is not something controversial, by the way. This is actually fairly mainstream, right? Now, if you're arguing that that's not the case, then you have to provide some evidence. You can't say, I believe that this is not true. That's not an argument.
I never said I believe it's not true.
I wanted to make the point, brother A. Yeah. So in my paradigm, I have an explanation for my ability to have a free choice. I have an explanation for that. But we're missing the point. Yeah, we're missing the point here. I want you to give me your because you currently you've admitted that you don't have an explanation for why you can even think.
I mean, I never said that. I never admitted to that. But
okay. All right. So give me the explanation.
Yeah. So all the causal events leading up to now for us speaking, that's just following the essentially it's out of my control, essentially, right? We might have the presumption that we control every aspect of our lives, but at the end of the day,
thinking specifically.
Sorry,
I'm talking about your ability to think and control a chain of thought.
Right.
To come up with a conclusion.
Right. So in certain aspects, I did mention that sometimes I may have the ability to control my train of thoughts, but sometimes, because obviously we are human at the end of the day, so you're a natural thing in the natural universe, run by natural laws. Are you talking about my subconscious and conscious thoughts? Is that what you're saying?
Every effect you see, including your thinking and your thoughts, even the words coming out of your mouth, is something you have no control over.
It's all physical, chemical, and the brain, the hormonal, everything.
Chemical reactions.
Chemical,
Your thinking is also part of that process, and your thoughts that come out of it are also part
and a lot of people that argue that we don't have, love to use the argument that obviously consciousness, we can't prove it. These are all
I'm not
linked to the brain.
I haven't mentioned consciousness.
No. I'm saying, I know you haven't mentioned. I'm just saying, these are all as a result of our bodily autonomous functions, right?
The natural functions of the universe. You are, so you're not thinking. You can't think.
And that's not the correct. Well, if you want to presume it that way, it's just the way you're wording it, right? You are not thinking. I am clearly thinking. But
you have no choice about your conclusions. You have nothing at all. So the effect that we're seeing, it's just like if I drop a pebble into a pond and I see waves. The waves that I'm seeing with you are just your thoughts that are coming out, and the words are coming out of your mouth. But you had no choice about the pebble that was dropped in the lake of your mind. You have no choice.
So you dropped the pebble at the pond, and you're essentially making an argument that I
think there's a more fundamental point here. The fact that you are struggling so much with what is effectively a scientific concept, quite frankly.
What's that? Sorry, just make it adamantly clear. Like, what's the claim?
Let me summarize, Abbas. Because
you mentioned dropping a pebble in the pond and making a wave and everything.
I'm not trying to trick you. I'm just telling you one of the consequences of the position of naturalism and empiricism and scientism is that you are essentially another cog in the mechanism of the natural events that are happening in the natural universe.
Well, that's the uncomfortable truth.
Yeah, and including the thoughts that are coming out of your mind and the words that are coming out of your mouth. So what that means is that you have no more ability to control what you're thinking and your conclusions than the flower has of producing its roses and its petals or whatever it's producing. You are a glorified machine.
I mean, it's not glorified. Well, okay, sure. If you want to presume, if you want to label it that way, sure. I mean, all the causal events that led up to me being here and everything, and where I was raised, what education I went to, that so on and so forth. I'd absolutely I might feel like I've had some something to partake in that, but at the end of the day, it was all in brain, right? Essentially brain, neurons, synapses, everything. So essentially, it's I kind of conclude it from a naturalistic stance. Like I put that into naturalism.
Yeah,
right? That's my personal.
This is a problem, because
that's
reality
that's the only thing I
I know you're left with no other choice.
Yeah,
What
but
I'm
you're left
reaching-
with another
I'm reaching
choice as
out
well.
to you, what I'm saying, no, what I'm reaching out to you, and what I'm saying is that you know that you think and you make choices. You know that you make conclusions. You know it, and this is a self-evident truth for you and for everyone who's.
I never said I never said I don't know.
Okay, but this is the whole point. This goes against your paradigm, your worldview of naturalism and empiricism and scientism. It throws it out the window because it's a fact, and this is what Brother Sarmad was trying to explain, that when you have counter facts to the model, you have to question the model. And if you have the fact that you don't have the ability to think in your paradigm, and you experience the ability to think, you should know that the empiricism and scientism is not the paradigm, that's the reality. You've got to put that to one side. And so you have to think beyond that. And that's all I'm just trying to explain to you, that there are consequences to the way that you're thinking and approaching things. You know, you're a lovely guy, intelligent. I've really enjoyed listening to you. I'd probably love to have a nice long conversation with you. But what I'm telling you is that the consequences of your thinking and your mindset, the paradigm, actually works against the whole process in the beginning. So rather than coming from the idea of I am, scientifically minded and I like to be logical and I like to be this and that, when in the end we've come to I can't think.
I mean, it's a false, equivocation, because at the grand level, we have, again, I'd have to agree with you that the events that led up to this point, my conscious decisions, I might feel I am in charge of them, but essentially, I'm not, right?
But intuitively, you.
But
you
I can't. But we can. We do use words like yes, I am thinking. Just to kind of explain how things are. But I do agree with you. I do agree with you. The main general argument that what you're positing.
The point here is that intuitively, you know that you're making choices. You know that you're not a robot. You know that in the morning you can choose to have either porridge or cereal or fried eggs. It's not something predetermined. You know that's not true, and that is experience, intuitive experience, that is telling you that the paradigm of scientism therefore doesn't work. You see, the determinism, which is the product of scientism, clearly does not work from your first person experience. So this is something, and this is what Allah says in the Qur'an, that we will prove to you from within yourselves and from within the furthest horizons of the reality of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So when we look at that, even for example, you mentioned mathematics. I had a very good argument recently from the Orthodox Muslim. Mathematics is not something tangible that you can smell or taste or put under a microscope. It's a concept within the mind, right? And you believe that mathematics 2 + 2 is.
It's outside of it's outside of the mind as well, but essentially,
but it's a construct within our mind, right? And so, if mathematics is the same mathematics outside of, potentially, you mentioned the multiverse, for example. What's the mind that actualizes mathematics outside of our universe, for example, or in the far reaches of our universe where we are not there? It requires a mind to conceptualize the notion of mathematics, because you said it exists outside of even where we are. Okay,
you understand? I completely agree with what essentially. Sorry to cut you off again, Abbas. Is that, yeah. So
that's correct.
Yeah. So again, at this fundamental level, because we, at the end of the day, right, from this fundamental level, we do, have this experience of that we, perhaps maybe it might be flawed, but we do believe that we are making these conscious decisions, or we are thinking these things. But from a universal aspect, or perhaps maybe a much bigger level, we are just essentially cogs in the system.
So what that would mean, the consequences of that is.
But the point is, you don't live your life like that.
1 second. No, 1 second about before.
So if
the point of that is all of the scientific endeavor, thought, everything else, reasoning that you've put forward, you've thrown it all away, because there's no such thing. Because you can't even think, let alone do science. You can't even control a train of thought, let alone make conclusions.
We don't need to think to prove, to have evidence, or perhaps to make, inferences, right? You don't need, just as well as I don't need to point out 1 and 1 is 2. It's just true. It's just, does that make sense?
Brother A, did you just say that you don't need to think to make inferences?
No. Let me quickly explain. So I don't need to say that 1 + 1 is 2 for it to be true. It just is. It's an absolute truth.
About science, not the abstract.
Okay, fine, science. Okay, for instance, I don't need to, let's say I don't need to say gravity is true. Therefore, it's true.
Not the trueness of gravity. The concept requires mental thinking.
Are you aware of brute truths?
If you brute truth is just like saying it just is.
It just is, right? So regardless of our conscious thoughts, it just is.
Yeah, but that's a cop out, brother. In the end, if that's what you're going to come to, it just is. Then this is a cop out. So what I would say, bro, I know we're coming. It was quite late, and I really appreciate you coming on. I just wanted to recommend a book for you, if that's all right. Not out of any arrogance or whatever, but something I found when I was going through my studies and doing science, and then I found something that helped me to understand the real place of science in my worldview and my epistemology. And I would recommend you to have a look at it. Written by a physicist, I think is a physicist, Stuart Kuhn. You've come across the nature of scientific revolutions.
I haven't.
Okay, so somebody can put up a link for that. I'll try and find the link now. I'd recommend, the reason I recommend that is it will, the structure of scientific revolutions. Let me just find that somewhere, and that will be, it tells you just how do we arrive at science, and how science changes, because it's not the structure of scientific revolutions. I'll put a link up and everyone can have a look at this. And basically it tells us from a scientific perspective, how do we arrive at the theories that we have. I'll just paste it. Sorry, it's going to be a big link from Amazon, but it's in the, I'll just put the title if anyone is not aware. Thomas S. Kuhn, Kuhn. And basically one of the things that's really important to do, because you've been on a bit of a journey, I can see that. One of the really important things to do is to make sure that whatever conclusions we end up having, they're based upon something that actually stands up to scrutiny. And if someone's telling me, Imran, you can't think in this paradigm, then I'm going to...
On a fundamental level, yeah. You can.
I'm going to say, thank you.
We don't live our lives in that way. If, God forbid, somebody harmed you or your family, you wouldn't simply excuse it by saying, this person had no choice because the universe unraveled in this way and that this person had to commit this crime against my family. You would rightly be angry and upset because that person chose to hurt you or your family, God forbid, right? And you would want retribution. You would want to go to court and you would want that person incarcerated or potentially even executed, depending upon the severity of the crime. So we live our lives in a way where we fully appreciate, recognize, and believe that we do have free will, that we make choices. Yet, your scientific approach, purely from scientism, completely negates that fundamental belief that is intrinsic within you, that is intertwined. It is the very fabric of who you are. And that contradiction, brother, is something. And again, I don't want to make this an exercise of battles of egos or anything like that. You're our brother in humanity, regardless of whether you've left Islam or not. We want good for you. All we want you to do is, inshallah ta'ala, maybe afterwards, just think about these things, and just say, look, okay, maybe I can't explain this. Let me investigate a little bit more and look into it properly. I think the evidences for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala are numerous. Okay. Biogenesis is another one, I would say, that is impossible to simply equate to some chemicals coming together and producing an extremely complex living biological cell. I think that's a huge, in fact, even people like Dawkins are now saying things like there has to be, the only explanation is there has to be alien seeding. Okay, well, where did the aliens get their seed from?
So there are current continuous discoveries that are currently being made for via just to kind of explain how origin of life came about, right? We, as far as obviously how we know what we know from science is, we came from a common universal ancestor, right?
Biogenesis.
Yeah. No, I know you understand it, but I'm just saying, just because we may not have the full answer doesn't negate that. That might be the truth. Essentially, we have substantial evidence that support the theory of biogenesis.
Brother Abbas, if I may address it.
I'm just going to finish on this point, and Brother Samad can come in. The point here is this: things happening somehow unraveling by themselves. You're a man of science. I'm not. I've looked at it very superficially, but on balance of probability, for things to happen the way they've happened, the probability of those things happening by chance are close to zero. It's like literally you're talking about 99.99999999999% that it has to be somehow orchestrated, and it couldn't just unraveled that way. You want to go for 0.0000 hundreds of decimal places one, that it has a naturalistic explanation. And I'm going to tell you that the other flip of the coin is almost certain that it couldn't have happened by chance. But this is the dilemma. This is the problem that science has. Now, science, of course,
this is the point, Brother Abbas, because this is really important that we press on this, because this is the scientific method. The scientific method is a probabilistic method to reach a conclusion based on observations and making a conclusion based on reasonable thinking and reasonable, probabilistic system. Using this method in and by itself would lead you to God. There is no reason for you, based on what you call science, to reject God, because science doesn't even recognize God to start with. This is where it all started, brother. You're failing to understand that your method is not equipped, does not have the reason to reject or disprove God, because it can't even analyze God. It doesn't recognize his existence. Hang on a second. What I'm saying is, using the probabilistic method based on everything around you, based on the DNA that is found within your cells, and based on the symmetry of the universe, and based on the symmetry of whatever is living on this earth, you have to come to this conclusion. There is no escaping it, whether you like it or not. Okay, there is no escaping it. What you're doing is you are actually begging the question time and time and over. That's the problem.
Okay, so to go back, just to make it simple, right? My argument isn't really complicated, right? The reason as to why I've made it this way is because I know, for the most part, a lot of people around the world, they're not as privileged enough to be able to kind of, have that, reach of research to be able to go, okay, we certainly to kind of delve into philosophical constructs and terms and so on and so forth, right? We know, for example, that the majority of the Earth's population are in poverty. They don't have these resources. That's the reason I'm making this basic argument. That essentially,
brother, just
we don't.
Sum it up.
No, let me quickly finish. Let me sum.
I'm not debating with you, brother.
And I know. I agree with majority of
the brothers are really tired. The brothers are really tired, brother.
Okay, sure.
And
okay, perfect. I'll end it with this then. I'll end it with this quickly.
I just hope that the same way you've been using by accepting certain facts and say whether. Listen, I'll tell you about myself.
Let me. Yeah,
the argument I did was terrible. Yeah,
I know. I agree. No, I agree with most of the part. Let me just.
Brother,
you interrupted me.
Let me land, please, gracefully. If the argument I made was terrible and was not convincing, that's fine. But according to your paradigm, according to your model, you said time and time again that there are facts that are out there. Using this same reasoning and this same way of reasoning, consider that there is a God and see where it guides you. Because there would be a God, whether I'm wrong in the way that I'm describing this God, how to make a compelling argument about him. In my paradigm, there is a God. Whether I'm able to, present a good case or not, he's there. Now it's for you to disprove my paradigm, not my argument, but the paradigm. The problem is you're speaking to people. I myself, I'm a layman when it comes to science and when it comes to religion. Yeah. Your problem now is that by rejecting God, you have to reject the Islamic paradigm. So you have to educate yourself about that paradigm and see where the flaws are.
Okay, so to kind of push back against that, normal arguments, they work. You can't prove a negative. What you're asking me to do is to prove a negative that God essentially, or was it for your argument essentially that God does exist. You're asking me to prove it, to kind of negate that. That's not how arguments work. You're supposed to posit a claim. I'm supposed to argue against it, right? And you're supposed to kind of back your claim.
My claim is
prove a negative.
We need to end the
Quran and Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, and that's it. You could educate yourself about that and come back next time, brother.
Yeah, brother, we need to end the stream, but
okay.
Thank you for coming on. And again, look, I hope that it hasn't been confrontational, even though passions can sometimes run a little bit high. I would say to you, brother, just to reflect on one last thing before we go, which is that the positive claim actually is being made by both. There is a misconception when the atheist claims that they're not making any claim. In reality, they are making a claim, because the claim that they're making is, despite there being no scientific evidence of things coming from nothing, and despite there being an illogical and irrational methodology if one adopts infinite regress, despite there being no evidence for biogenesis,
there is evidence.
Hold on a second. Let me just finish. Despite all of those things, there still has to be some naturalistic explanation. We just don't know it yet. That in itself is a positive claim because it negates the need for any agency. But anyway, look, what I'd like to do is you're more than welcome to come on again and we can have a longer discussion, perhaps if you come a bit earlier.
Yeah, sorry. I'm at work, so I wish I would have came earlier because I watch you guys. I listen to you guys quite frequently. I've watched,
It would be nice to speak to you, brother. But, one of the things, please just be reflective on is this, that, regardless of whether you believe or you don't believe, it has an eternal consequence. Either it's a consequence of nothingness, the abyss, or it has a consequence of eternal paradise or hellfire, right? Regardless of where you stand, it has an eternal consequence. I would say, inshallah ta'ala, encourage yourself and increase yourself in vigor and passion to find out the truth. And go wherever the evidence takes you. We're not saying that just accept it because we tell you. If you find the evidence compelling, then alhamdulillah, it's true, go for it. If you find that the evidence is actually not compelling and you have a better, stronger evidence, then inshallah ta'ala, you go with wherever the evidence takes you. That's all we ask. And we wish you well, and then we'll see you hopefully again. We Sunday stream, we're back again in 2 weeks' time.
Right.
If one of our Wednesday streams, if we are low on guests and we can fit you in and you appear, maybe we can have a brief conversation, but that would depend on how many people we have waiting. Otherwise, definitely in 2 weeks' time, you're more than welcome to come on a bit earlier if you can.
Perfect. Yeah.
Nice to speak to you.
Nice to speak to you guys.
Nice to speak to you as well.
Yeah. Good night, guys.
All right, good night. Have a good night. All right. I think with that, we'll end this. We're over an hour and a half, nearly an hour and a half late on the stream. Imran is going to kill me afterwards, I'm sure. Metaphorically speaking, of course. With that, Brother Samad, any last words before we go?
Jazakumullah khair, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept and reward you for everything you're doing. And if I said anything that is incorrect or wrong, that's from me and from my shaitan. And anything that's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
Jazakallah khair. Dr. Imran, any last words?
Everyone, please make dua for all the brothers and sisters in the background and on the screen and their families. make us sincere and make our words into the hearts of the people for the sake of Allah. I mean, make dua for all the brothers and sisters suffering around the world, be that Palestine, Yemen, Sudan, Kashmir, wherever they may be, and may Allah help them to escape from the yoke of the oppressors. I mean, and all of the mods who did a lot of sterling work, really appreciate all of your time that you give. May Allah reward you and your families. I mean, and finally, anything good is from Allah, as Brother Sarmad said, and anything that is in error or incorrect is from Shaitan and from ourselves. May Allah forgive our shortcomings. And with that, Brother Abbas.
With that, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.